Welcome to the highly anticipated third edition of the EASE Summit, the European Summit of STEAM Educators. It is an honor to stand before you today as we embark on this exciting journey together. This year, we are thrilled to announce that we have surpassed our previous milestone with over 1,000 registrations at the event, breaking last year's record of more than 700 registrations. This remarkable achievement underscores the growing interest and commitment to STEAM education across Europe and beyond. As we gather here today, we are not only celebrating the advancements in STEAM education, but also recognizing the critical role it plays in shaping the future of our society. The document titled The Future of European Competitiveness, a competitiveness strategy for Europe, presented this week by Mario Draghi, highlights the myriad challenges and opportunities Europe faces in maintaining and enhancing its global competitiveness. It emphasizes the urgent need for educational reform in STEAM fields to prepare our workforce for future technological advancements. In a world fraught with conflicts, it is imperative that we educate for peace. We must adopt a constructionist approach in education, fostering environments where students can build knowledge through hands on, collaborative learning experiences. This approach not only enhances their understanding of STEAM subjects, but also instills values of cooperation, empathy, and problem solving, essential skills for creating a more peaceful world. The third edition of the EASE Summit is a testament to the power of collaboration and networking among STEAM educators. This event consolidates our European network, showcasing the potential of STEAM educators as agents of innovation and social development. With over 70 candidates viewing to present, we have selected 45 outstanding speakers who are leaders in their local educational contexts and now in this digital and global arena. Over the next 2 days, you will have the opportunity to engage with more than 10 hours of innovative content in STEAM education. These presentations will bridge the gap between formal and non formal education, offering insights and inspiration for the upcoming academic and school year. Our speakers will share their experiences with groundbreaking educational practices in STEAM, providing a wealth of knowledge that you can take back to your classrooms and communities. One of the unique features of this summit is the interactive voting process. While we are not here to elect the best speaker, we aim to identify the most relevant and impactful content presented. Your participation in this process is crucial as it will help us recognize and celebrate the contributions that resonate most with our collective goals. Each participant at this event will have the opportunity to vote in one speaker. As we move forward, let us remember the words of the Draghi report. Europe's path to future competitiveness lies in a strategic blend of technological innovation, industrial policy reform, and a robust educational framework. By addressing regulatory burdens, fostering innovation, and investing in education and skills development, particularly in STEAM fields, we can enhance our global competitiveness and secure a sustainable economic future. Together, let's shape the future of education and inspire the next generation of creative thinkers. By participating in this summit, you not only gain insights from leading experts, but also contribute to the collective advancement of STEAM education. Thank you for being here, and let's make this third edition of the EASE Summit a transformative experience for all. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Adina Avakov, happy to be part of this great summit. My today's presentation will show you how we can link STEAM with CDGs and Erasmus+. Slides will tell you a lot more than my speech, and please do read the QR codes. Because Sustainable Development Goals present a profound challenge for education, and also because we, as STEAM educators, stimulate curiosity, offer experiential learning, support student collaboration, are flexible, facilitate learning, we know that it is important for STEAM education to cover all the three developmental domains: cognitive, affective, and psychomotor, because each discipline can improve metacognition, has its internal beauty, and is helpful for the future workplace. STEAM education plays a complementary role to address global challenges, and STEAM-based projects align well with Erasmus Plus goals. Our partnership project, My Blue Home, had partners from Greece, Portugal, Romania, and Italy. The main goal is to raise awareness and interest in ocean literacy and sustainability. The main deliverables were a digital adventure game and an ocean museum. The main target groups are children from age 6 to 10 years. Below them, teaching staff, teacher, trainers, parents, and also decision makers at local level. The digital game is based on 4 scenarios, focusing the importance of ocean in our daily life and the problems affecting the ocean. The main character is a child accompanied by 2 friends, an octopus and a puffin. And the player has 4 missions to play in order to solve some situations corresponding to different topics and attending concepts of main importance for today's environmental problems. If you want to take a game walkthrough, please access the QR code. The second result is the Ocean Museum in School, a cross-disciplinary approach based on project-based learning, group work activities, and problem-solving tasks. It contributed to improving abilities of collaboration, to generate ideas, to improve creativity, and to gain skills in creating a lot of handmade materials. As you can see in the slides, students from primary school embraced learning on the topic in different ways. They were happy and engaged and creative. We did not forget that fun is also part of learning. Experiments were done by 4th graders based on 12 activity cards. You can read and even use these activity cards if you read the QR code. And now imagine walking into a museum, not just any museum, but one created by us. Where? In school. The QR code is a link to the video. The pedagogical framework of building an ocean museum, the guide, is in progress and will be posted on the project's website. As you can see, we have developed STEAM skills in science, in technology, engineering, math, and art. We are happy that with STEAM and Erasmus+, we made the step from basic recall to complex creation tasks, and we integrated scientific concepts. The impact was not only on students, it was also on teachers across several disciplines, on parents and families, and we shared a learning experience. At the beginning, there were addressed some misconceptions. The first one said that the curriculum material contains sufficient information. The response is, what is the value of learning if we do not present meaningful experience in which students collaborate, think, reshape, and growth mindset build to progress in school and life? Primary school students cannot really understand the nature of science. No, STEAM education is cross-curricular. And teaching science lessons require costly materials and dedicated learning spaces. No, learning experiences can be achieved with existing classroom supplies or minimal investment. So that we, in our approach, respond at least to 4 CDGs, and we hope that we can inspire you to have an active action to encourage you to preserve our blue planet. Thank you, and do not forget to vote if you appreciate my presentation.
Welcome to the presentation of AI and I. My name is Aphrodite Michailidi. I am from Greece. I'm an informatics and ICT teacher and a teacher trainer, a science ambassador, as well as an advocate for internet safety, media literacy, and digital well-being in education. AI, or artificial intelligence, is all the rage right now. AI tools are becoming more and more accessible to use each day. As a result, we are becoming more and more dependent on AI. But should we be just users or also know limitations and implications? To this end, we should empower students and teachers to engage responsibly. So this is a proposed lesson plan. Students learn how generative AI models work by training their own, so it's learning by doing, and it can be adapted to a variety of learners. The resources we are going to use are from go.org, a non-profit site that believes anyone can learn computer science. The specific resource is the AI for Ocean machine learning game. You can see the URL or you can look it up in the site. And it follows the usual patterns of code.org lessons with explanatory videos and ways of progressing through stages. The first stage is to train our model. So we are going to train our model by giving it a series of images, either of garbage or fish, and asking if it is fish or not. We can go through images. Here we have gone through 4 images. We can go through as much as we like. And when we are ready, we can press run and see if our model has learned. So here, for example, it can distinguish the fish from this bit of plastic. That's the first step. Next, we can see not only fish, but other marine life forms. So we train the model again, because now it thinks that octopus does not belong in the sea. So we can train it again, and if we do it successfully, it will pass this test. Based on our training here, it also recognizes other forms of marine life. We can take this one step further and see if there are inherent bias in our training data by choosing to learn patterns, for example, the color of the fish or the shape of the fish. So we train it again, and for example, here I said red fish, so this is okay, but this is not a red fish. And there is, of course, the social impact. So what if we want to teach something that depends on opinion, for example, whether a fish is happy or not? We train our model again, and as you can see, I have told it this is a happy fish, but this one with this teeth showing is not a happy fish. As is the case with code.org, students can earn a certificate of completion, of course, but we can also have other things. It ties in with the sustainable goal development goals, and gives tidbits of information about how plastic and garbage affects marine life. And also it gives critical thinking tidbits. For example, AI learns from your choices. If you make a wrong choice, AI will repeat your mistakes. Or AI only learns what we teach it. And also raises ethical questions. Is it fair to use artificial intelligence to judge a fish by its looks? So, to recap, students work with the AI for Oceans machine learning game from code.org. The activity is self-contained, and along with explanatory notes, students train an AI model to distinguish fish from garbage, then other marine life forms from garbage, then triangular fish from square fish, then finally happy fish from angry fish, and is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. We can of course tweak this to our advantage. So, for example, once students are familiar enough with the activity, they can team up in groups and go through the next part together. They can think if someone gives their own input, either unintentionally or deliberately. We can take this one step further and train one model correctly and another model with false information, and then present it to the other teams, and they have to guess if the model is correctly trained or not. They can deliberate on the ethical aspects of AI, and of course they can present their findings using, for example, digital resources of their choice. So the outcomes: students learn how generative AI models work by training their own. It's fun and engaging. It is scalable for younger and older students, but also can be used for teacher training. Promotes 21st century skills, ties into the Sustainable Development Goals, and raises awareness about inherent biases and the social impact of AI. And if you like this resource, I have two more for you from the European SchoolNet Academy. There are two suggested courses. They have finished, but you can look them up. So, thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Alice from Italy. This project is about hydroponic greenhouses for STEM and coding experience. This project is proposed by Indire in Italy, and to observe and study a natural phenomenon, for example in this case the hydroponic greenhouses, using the scientific method and also the bifocal method. Bifocal method is a new method in which students made a physical experiment and make a real-time comparison to collection data, to communication, the data to comparison data, and then students use some software to modelizing through our computer to simulate a provisional model about this experiment. In particular, the aims of the project is the promotion to the active citizenship of the students, the development of critical digital literacy, in particular the text using, analyzing, to involve students also individually, but also in a team group. And then we can promote a problem-solving approach for an activity to stimulate the creative of students. First step, student and teacher design the experiment. Student and teacher can build the greenhouse, hydroponic greenhouses together. In fact, then student can start by design a study about the growth of plant, and then they choose in groups to measure some parameters for about 1 month. Then students have a web diary in groups to collect data to measure everyday physical or chemical parameters. And in this case, some software can help to collect data for students. The collection of data is important to show data, to make tables and graphs, to show to the other groups in class. Then we can do by Scratch or by NetLogo, or also Excel or similar Google Sheets. Student can create a forecast model. In this case, the modelization shows the future scenarios. For example, about what they have measured, plant growth, biomass, or water requirements in particular. In this slide, we can see the results of provisional models that students have done, for example. And what can do a provisional model? A provisional model allows that students can compare biological and virtual experiment, but this work has an inclusive effect, because in particular the bifocal methods has a positive effect on special needs students. Some previous studies underline that the bifocal methods has also positive effects for special needs student. In this experience, the teacher acted as a guide, giving feedback to the team during the work and give motivation, so every student can develop their own skills and different competencies coming from STEM subject. But in this case, creativity was developed at each step, because students wrote the web diaries in group, can show data, can show the observation, and can improve communicative skills with the other students. I can assess this through some grids, some rubrics. A strong point of this work is the inquiry, use, the interdisciplinarity, and the key competencies we have done. Future perspectives of the work can be the increase of the use of coding in biology to improve many skills, and a reflection about how important are activities that will be reusable for future years. How can STEM activities develop citizenship? Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I'm Buana, and I work as a project coordinator for Logopsicom, an education innovation center based in Belgium. Here at Logopsicom, we create alternative tools and methods to make education as accessible and engaging as possible. Today, I'm very excited to introduce you to Math and Move, an Erasmus Plus funded project that aims to revolutionize math education for primary school pupils, particularly those with specific learning difficulties or those who experience math phobia. Delving deeper into the context behind this project, the idea behind our aim was to look at the state of math proficiency in Europe. Recently, it has experienced significant difficulties across all age groups. Many pupils find math learning to be difficult to grasp and abstract, leading to disengagement and anxiety. Traditional teaching methods often fall short, particularly for those with math-related learning difficulties, such as dyscalculia. Our approach, on the other hand, seeks to make math learning dynamic, interactive, and accessible, which helps students connect with the material both emotionally and intellectually. So how is this done? Well, we've implemented a dual approach that uses kinesthetic learning and storytelling to craft a multi-sensory experience. This is because kinesthetic learning involves the use of physical movements to better understand concepts, and storytelling crafts a narrative to capture the imagination and make learning more memorable and relatable. Research also supports this approach. Experts state that movement enhances cognition and motivation, and storytelling better contextualizes math concepts and better engages learners. So, when it comes to our resources, we've created resources for both parents, teachers, and students alike. For the parents and the teachers, we've created a set of guides and video material. These resources outline our evidence-based strategies. They also offer practical steps on how our techniques can be implemented both in the classroom and at home. And the videos we created showcase our techniques in practice in the schools of our partner countries in Greece and Serbia. When it comes to the materials we've created for the students, these include interactive ebooks and movement-based lessons. One of our ebooks, for example, I Can Act on Cue, has characters going through the interaction of fractions. So exploring fractions through different activities such as counting colored candies and acting out different movements. So this is done so that students can visualize the concepts a little bit better and make something such as fractions, which may seem very abstract to them, fun and enjoyable. When it comes to the movement-based activities, each lesson contains a set of physical movements that are connected with a math concept. Therefore, students use movement to problem solve. One of the examples is a lesson that teaches students how to add up to 60 by playing hopscotch. It may seem simple, but this kind of learning engages students' senses, gets them to be active, and it helps them better understand an abstract concept with a hands-on activity. Each of our lessons also contain certain considerations for pupils that are older, younger, and those that may experience learning difficulties. So far, we've tested our resources with over 200 pupils across 4 countries. The feedback has been very positive. Over 70% of students believe that movement-based learning helps them better comprehend math concepts. And 80% of students believe that learning math through stories makes math more enjoyable. Teachers and parents also have expressed their satisfaction with our approach, noting that besides the increase in math comprehension, their students and their children have shown greater collaboration and increased social skills. The positive feedback helps contribute to the idea that our approach activates pupils' abilities and motivation to further their math knowledge. As we move forward, we are very invested in ensuring the sustainability of our approach. Therefore, we invite you to check out our website, check out our free resources, and learn how you can better support your students to discover the joy of learning math through movement and storytelling. Thank you so much for your time today, and please don't hesitate to contact us to share your thoughts, ask any questions, and see how together we can help make math learning more supportive and engaging.
Hello, my name is Cateruța Enciu. I am from Galat, Romania, and today I will present you Network of Life, our nervous system. Have you ever touched a hot cup of tea? How about balloon popping? Have you ever been told, excellent reflex? How all this happened? Your nervous system is always on point, ready to give an answer. The nervous system is responsible for all body responses to environmental stimuli and for adaptation of the body to the environment. 7th grade biology compulsory curriculum includes scientific terms regarding anatomic structures involved in adaptation of the organisms to the environment. For example, reflex actions are quick and involuntary responses to external stimuli. First, the teacher gives students various explanations about spinal cord, reflexes, and the neurons that takes place in the reflex arc. The teacher also explained the terms and concepts related to this topic. Neurons, spinal cord, synapses, brainstem, lobes, sensitive and motor way, spinal nerve, reflexes. So many scientific terms for 7th grade. So, for us as a teachers, what is to be done? Educators have to find creative ways in order to understand the processes, value their creative potential, and engage all students in order to have an active learning and develop competencies. Yes, we find a solution. Supplementing STEM approach with Magic A from art is the key for understanding new concepts. So, STEM way is the key to success. The activity was conducted in order to design and visualize structures of nervous system, explain the reflex arc, and to highlight the importance of nervous system activity in human life. Educational goal set for students: create cardboard crafts of neuron, spinal cord, brain, spinal nerves, reflex arc. Identify and name parts of nervous system components. Describe anatomic base of a reflex using visual craft support made from cardboard. Specify 2 reflexes that demonstrate the role of nervous system in adapting organism to the environment. The activity was implemented with participation of 65 of 7th grade students. Students were divided into groups of 3, 4, and they tried to complete the activity in 2 class hours. Materials used. Reused cardboard is an excellent support to create colorful layouts. Scissors, cutters, glue, multicolor crochet thread, crayons, acrylic watercolors, crepe paper, colored thumbtacks. Let's begin with neuron, unique and specialized cells for transmitting the impulses. He looks like a tree. Neuron has dendrites and branching axons. Tree has branches and branching roots. Dendron in Greek means tree. Using recycled cardboard, students drew, cut off, colored, and assembled neurons. Also, they made neurons with light simulating transmission of electrical impulses, start at the cell body and end at the axon terminals, where the signal is passed on. Necklace from paper neurons, placing them according to nerve impulse transmission. Spinal nerve and spinal cord. Structures related with our spine are spinal cord, situated in the middle of our spine and connected with our brain, and spinal nerves connect spinal cord with different parts of our body. As you can see, children made different designs. Spinal nerve and spinal cord cardboard craft in these images. When somebody hits our knee jerk, the response is very quick, because in this situation is generated in the spinal cord, not in the brain. Students describe what is happening, but they don't see the structures involved because most of them are not visible. Solution: art. Here we have final results and our students. Other students, other working groups made braincraft from different materials. And finally, they create a surprise brain box. Students exercise reflexes with cardboard brain box. They put in their different objects in order to exercise their reflexes. Competences developed and learning objectives achieved. Make connections between structures of nervous system and their functions. Develop creativity, cooperation, and collaboration while manufacturing nervous system cardboard craft. Promote STEAM integrated and interdisciplinary approach in nervous system learning process. Argue the importance of good function of nervous system for adapting to the environment. Discover connection between recycling and sustainability. Personal, social, and learning to learn competence. They discovered that the right part of their brain is responsible for creativity, spatial abilities, emotions. They felt comfortable doing hands-on learning. They feel safe for expressing creative ideas. They were happy for practicing teamwork. So, don't hesitate to be creative. Thank you for your attention.
Welcome, I'm Céline, a project coordinator for Logopsicom, an education innovation center based in Belgium. Today, I am thrilled to introduce the Visit Math project, an initiative co-financed by the European Union. Visit Math aims to enhance secondary students' mathematical skills by integrating cultural heritage into the curriculum. Addressing the challenge of engaging students in STEM subjects is critical. According to the OECD's 2018 PISA survey, 22.9% of 15-year-olds in Europe perform poorly in mathematics. The statistics highlights an urgent need for innovative teaching methods that can make math education more effective, engaging, and accessible. Many students see mathematics as abstract and disconnected from real life. Our goal is to bridge this gap by illustrating how mathematical concepts are part of a cultural heritage. As I said, Visit Math connects abstract mathematical concepts with tangible real-world application. By doing so, we mainly aim to increase students' motivation. But Visit Math objectives are varied. There is first the integration of cultural heritage. Visit Math wants to make learning more engaging and relevant by incorporating elements of European cultural heritage into the teaching of mathematics. Then, we also develop educational resources. We provide materials to support educators in delivering innovative lessons. These resources are designed to help teachers link mathematics principles with real-world application, enhancing students' engagement and understanding. The project also promotes interdisciplinary learning. Visit Math encourages a cross-disciplinary approach, combining elements of history, art, and architecture with mathematics. These learning methods help students see the links between different fields and enriches their educational experience. And last but not least, we expect learners to thrive. Through hands-on, experiential learning, Visit Math aims to reduce math anxiety and improve students' confidence in their mathematical ability. Let's take a closer look at how Visit Math works. Imagine exploring the Parthenon in Athens, where students can learn about geometry and symmetry in an historical setting. The Parthenon columns and proportion can, for example, show the application of the golden ratio and Euclidean geometry. This approach not only makes math more relatable, but also sparks curiosity and engagement. The project provides a range of resources, including 18 pedagogical visits in European cities, 18 teaching sequences, a map of Europe highlighting 30 sites of architectural and mathematical interest, and 15 e-books. These materials support educators in creating dynamic and engaging lessons. First, the pedagogical visits. These printable visits take place in European cities, connecting students with mathematical principles through the exploration of historical and architectural monuments. Then, the teaching sequences. Those are structured lesson plans that accompany the visit, helping teachers prepare students beforehand and consolidate their learning afterwards. The map of Europe now. This map highlights sites of architectural and mathematical interest, offering an overview of where mathematics crosses cultural heritage across Europe. And finally, the e-books. These digital resources delve into the mathematical significance of various European sites, using stories and multimedia content to make math concepts more captivating. Teachers can also access various guides to help them integrate the resources into their teaching practices. The guide, How Our Cities Can Help Teach Mathematics, introduces the integration of STEM education with cultural heritage, offering insight and methods for educators. The pedagogical guide provides step-by-step instructions on organizing and conducting field trips, ensuring that teachers can incorporate these experiences into their teaching. And finally, the material creation guide allows teachers and students to create their own pedagogical tours using local sites. All the resources are not fully developed yet, but once they are, they will be all freely accessible on the project website. Creating a mathematical tour of a city, as does the Visit Math project, involves several steps. Selecting a culturally and architecturally significant site, identifying relevant mathematical concepts, developing puzzles or challenges, and finally, incorporating storytelling to enrich the experience. Each visit is carefully designed to engage students and enhance their learning. Feedback from educators and students has been positive. Teachers report higher levels of engagement and enthusiasm, while students appreciate the practical application of math in real-world contexts. They found that seeing mathematics come alive in historical and cultural settings clearly deepens their understanding. Indeed, when math is tied to a tangible experience, such as calculating the angles of a medieval castle or understanding the symmetry of a Gothic cathedral, it becomes more than just numbers and equations. It becomes a fun way to learn. We invite you to explore our resources and join us on this educational journey. For more information, visit Visit Math website. Thank you all for your attention.
Hello, friends. My name is Diego, Dr. Mandelbrot, and I'm here to teach you how to use AI for gamified content. So stick with me. I hope you enjoy this tutorial, and at the end of it, you develop new tools to use in your classroom. See you guys. Okay, everybody, let's go. Entering credentials. Inicio. Well, my name is Diego Gonzalez Cruz. My background is biochemistry, engineering sciences. I'm a STEAM educator and a software developer. I live in Connecticut, USA, and I'm the founder in for a Chilean startup called thinkschool.com. In this workshop, we're going to use technology to design gamified instruments to rapidly evaluate students and their previous knowledge. They're also known as entry tickets, using and leveraging AI. So stay with me. So, what is AI? AI is a technology that enables machines to perform tasks that require human intelligence, such as learning, reasoning, problem solving, and language understanding for us. This is not a class about AI, but you should be aware that there are several key areas of it. So one of them is machine learning, um, natural language processing, computer vision, robotics, expert systems, neural networks, and deep learning. So every one of these technologies serve a specific field in every area. You can, if you want to learn further or deeper, you should investigate and learn how to code to address this from a from an expert perspective. But we're not expert. We're about to learn about how to use some of these aspects in our classroom. So, in summary, as AI as we know it today is like having a super smart friend who excels at writing. AI as we know it today is like having a second augmented brain. AI as we know it today is in a very gray area because of its rapid development. Today, we're going to learn how to use it with our students. So, the way that we communicate with AI as we know it today is through prompts. So, what is a prompt? A prompt is a starting point for engaging students in learning or creative thinking. In AI, especially with tools like we're going to use ChatGPT, a prompt is the text you provide to the AI to generate a response. Think of it as a question, a statement, or an instruction that prompts the AI to produce text. For example, question prompt: what are the main causes of climate change? Creative writing prompt: write a story about a day in the life of a time traveler. Instructional prompt: explain the concept of gravity in simple terms. In the classroom, prompts are often used to encourage critical thinking by asking open ended questions. Students are encouraged to think deeply about the topic. Facilitate creative writing. Prompt can spark imagination and help students practice their writing skills. Support discussion and debate. Prompts can serve as the basis for classroom discussions, helping students articulate their opinions and understand different perspectives. I'm pretty sure that most of you are using these tools every day. So, what's next? What is H5P? It's awesome. Let me tell you about that. H5P stands for HTML5 package and is an open source tool that allows educators to create, share, and reuse interactive content directly within their LMS or website. With H5P, teachers can create a variety of interactive activities that enhance student engagement and support different learning styles. The key features of H5P: easy to use, no programming skills needed, user friendly interface, 40 plus content types, interactive videos, quizzes, presentations, games, and more. Integrates with LMS, works with popular learning platforms. Responsive design, content adjusts to any device size. Open source and free, the best of it. Collaborate, modify, and share freely. So, for this workshop, we're going to use our tech stack. The main tool we're going to use is our brain. We're going to use any text editor, ChatGPT, its free version or premium, and Lumi Education, which is a software for H5P. And I'm going to teach you how to download it and use it. So let's go to this URL and I'm going to show you how it works. So we're going to go to lumi.education. This is an awesome website created by this company here from Germany. We're going to download Lumi Desktop Editor. They also have a Lumi Cloud where you can store all your content. Here, you need to select your operating system. I'm just going to select Mac OS with Apple Silicon. And what you're going to do is you're going to install this. As you can see, the installation is quite easy. You just drag these over there and then it's done. I'm going to open it for you guys. Okay, here we are. So we're going to use the H5P editor. We're not going to take care of this because it's not addressed in this course. We're going to press start and we're going to create a new H5P. The first thing you need to notice is that H5P comes with several pre-installed content types. So as you can see, we have tons of them. We have memory games, flashcards, and you can entertain yourself installing and reading all of them. So to install a new content type, you need to go here, get, and then install. After a few seconds, it should be okay to work with it. Then you go to use, and this is going to appear in your screen. So I'm not going to use this one. I'm going to use another one. So let me go here. We're going to start with multiple choice, and then we're going to start with quizzes. Okay, so multiple choice. I already installed this. So you go, not click use. If you don't have it installed, you need to press get first. And it's telling me change content type. By doing this, you will lose all your work done, but I have no work done, so I'm just going to confirm. Okay, so this is how it works. I have a title here used for searching reports and copyright information. I'm just going to make a simple test. If I want some media to be added to this content type, I should select it here. I'm not going to do it now. And I'm just going to make a question. And the question is this sentence true or false? And then I have available options, and the text is going to be true. I'm going to select correct, and I'm going to have false, and this is not going to be correct. I also have tips and feedback, tip text, hint for the user. This will appear before user checks his answers. Message displayed if answer is selected, and message displayed if answer is not selected, right? I'm not going to deal with those right now. I'm just going to make a true or false select statement. And then here I can add range if I need it. I'm not going to deal with that because that's out of our scope. So I have behavioral settings such as the question type, enable retrieve button, among others, and translation in several languages if you needed to do so. So I'm just gonna go with it. Boop, boop. That's it. And I'm gonna view it now. So this is super simple, right? Is this sentence true or false? If I press false, which was the incorrect button, it's gonna fail. But if I show the solution, it's gonna show me that is the solution. So I'm gonna press retry, and this is how we do it. Okay, so as you can see, this is a very useful tool to create different kind of quizzes, but this is not what we're going to learn today. This is just an introduction to this, so stay with me. And now we're going to use ChatGPT, and we're going to briefly introduce ChatGPT for all those that you don't know how to make it useful in education. So stay with me because I'm going to show you the demo right now. Okay, so ChatGPT can be used logged in or logged out. If you want to be logged out, it's okay. I'm gonna log in using my credentials. I have a Google account. And now, hello there. My name is Diego, and I am teaching teachers all around the globe about how to use ChatGPT and H5P. Is there something you would like to say? After a few seconds, you can start talking with ChatGPT. Okay. Thanks. Remember to be polite. You never know where is AI going, and if they end up in the top of the hierarchy chain, we better be polite. Just kidding. Prompt format. We are going to copy and paste this prompt format and modify it for every use case that you needed. So this is the prompt. Create a multiple choice quiz about bracket theme targeted for brackets grade students using the bracket curriculum or approach. Generate 4 questions with 4 answer choices each. The format should be as follows. Write the question on the first line. 2. Write each of the 4 answers choices on a new line, ensuring each answer is on its own separate line. 3. Prefix the correct answers with an asterisk. 4. Suffix the correct answer with colons, followed by a brief explanation of why this answer is correct. 5. Ensure there is a blank line between each question and its corresponding set of answers. 6. Do not add labels, numbering, or assign letters to the alternatives. And then we're going to provide an example format. As you can see, in the first line, there's the question. In the second line, with an asterisk, is the correct answer. And the correct answer is suffixed with the brief explanation. Atoms are the smallest building blocks of everything around us. And then we have 3 more incorrect options. So we're going to copy in this into our preferred text editor, and we're going to make it look like this. For example, we're going to talk about atom science targeted for 8th grade students using the next generation science standards. And then we're going to copy this into our chat GPT. So let's do that. So we're going to use the prompt that we copied here. Okay, and we're gonna press enter. You will see that sometimes it doesn't follow the format that we provided. So in this scenario, we need to format the text. So that's what we're gonna do now. So we're gonna copy this. So we're gonna copy this in here, and we need to format this properly. So
okay. So now turn here, here, here.
This is the part where we are using our brain. Okay. Important to note, the format needs this asterisk here and these three columns here, okay? And now we're gonna copy all this in Lumi editor. So we're gonna create a new H5P. We're gonna select quiz, and we're gonna have several fields that we need to input. So we're gonna start with this textual, and we're gonna copy this. Now you will see in the view mode that it requires a title, so Atom Science. And as you can see, it has everything set up for me. Retry. Let me try again. Positive charge, proton. The atomic number, I put that in there. Okay, finish. 3 to 4. Show solution. Okay, it's the number of protons, the atomic number. See, I failed. Okay, if you want to retry, you can do it. But we can still do a few more things with AI. So, for example, I have a title, I have a background image, I have a quiz introduction, and that's it. So I'm gonna ask the AI for this, a title and an introductory text. So I'm gonna say thanks. Now please help me with a title and introductory text for the 5P content. Okay. I'm gonna copy this in here, and I'm gonna copy this in here, and I'm gonna fix this, and that's it. Display introduction, and now if you view it, you're gonna see it has this, and now that. Okay, and now only if you have the paid version of ChatGPT, you can say thanks. Now help me with a background image and a main image. No, a background image. I'm gonna ask it just one. Now it's gonna think for just a little bit. Oh, awesome. And I'm gonna use that one in here. I think it's on my background. Yeah. Oop, it doesn't support that format. Okay, doesn't matter. Thanks. Can it be a J? Okay. Usually the format needed is JPG. So boop, download, and now I'm gonna. Awesome. Let me see. Whoa. This is way more engaging for students, right? Okay, so that's how we finish this section, and now we're gonna keep going with our content. Okay, last but not least, we are gonna learn how to use the H5P content that we created in our classroom with our students. I have found using a smartboard would be the best way to do it, but also a regular TV connected to a computer, and then the teacher or the student controlling the interactions, or even better, embed it into the school LMS. There are some schools that have Moodle, for example, and this content works very good with Moodle or WordPress or Canvas or Schoology or whatever LMS you're using. So it has proven being very interactive and very useful for students. So I encourage you to create your own content. Um, and of course, if you have any question, don't hesitate to reach out to me. So that brings us to the end of it, the summary. What have we learned today? Well, we learned how to interact with ChatGPT using prompts. We learned how to create content in H5P. We learned how to use ChatGPT to create questions in a format that is readable by H5P. And with all those tools, I expect that this level up and power up your classes. I know you all teachers are very smart, and you are always looking for new ways to improve learning. So I'm here to support you. And of course, let's connect. If you want to chat, if you want to Zoom, if you have questions, don't hesitate to write me at diego@thinky.cl. My LinkedIn is right there. And if you are more prone to Instagram, that's my Dr. Mandelbrot account for you to connect with me. So I hope you have enjoyed this workshop. I think it's going to be very useful for you and for your students. And what I cannot assure is that this technology is going to stick and be viable in one more year. AI has proved that it's super fast developing. So be aware of all this might change in less than a year. So, but even so, all the tools and skills that you have learned today are going to be useful in the future. So, if I can give you one more tip, is to learn how to code. So, I wish you the best. I expect to see you very soon, and send me your questions. So, see you around. Bye bye.
Hi everyone, I'm Doris, and even though my background is in sociology, education has always been my passion and focus of my work. I've spent the last 13 years working in different education related roles, and 5 years ago, after working in a STEM edtech company, my perspective on education profoundly changed. I would argue that today, all education is STEM education, since technological innovation has touched almost every part of our lives. My husband Eric, a hardware engineer and lifelong thinker, has spent the last 6 years developing educational STEM sets. So, together, combining our skills and interests, we've started our own company focused on merging technology with education to support educators. So, what's the issue when it comes to technology and education today? Technology today is a fundamental part of our lives. We all go about our days with tiny computers in our back pockets. We all use it. But less than 1% of the world's population knows how to actually create new technology. In fact, World Economic Forum predicts that by 2025, automation will displace 85 million jobs and 97 million new roles will emerge. Many students starting their education today will work in jobs that don't exist yet, and that's a challenge. Educators, especially science educators, were handed quite a task here. In a world driven by technological innovation that changes by the minute, all the good and bad impacts that's had on the education, we need to find a new way to teach, prepare, and inspire students to become innovators instead of just consumers. So, what is the best way to do that? In my opinion, with all the buzz about new life-changing technologies and innovations, I feel like the best way to prepare students for the future is by focusing on their human skills, skills that can't be replaced by computers, such as collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, empathy, and as tech developers, we should design STEM teaching tools that reflect this holistic approach. And that's what I wanted to share with you today. So almost 2 years ago, we partnered with Go Created, an amazing educational organization with a rich history of combining STEM and humanities in a fun, creative, and educational way. They wanted to create a STEM kit that was better suited for the new needs of their students and educators, and that reflected this holistic approach. The project aimed to teach students about electronics through assembling a Bluetooth speaker kit, which aligned perfectly with their focus on music-related programs like teaching math from music. You know, not every student will be super into electronics or super into music, and that's okay. But almost everyone has at least some interest in music, which I thought was a great starting point and made me really, really excited to work on this project. So with the Vibe Clash kit, as we called it, there were 4 main aspects that we focused on: educational value, providing opportunity for connection, fostering creativity, and encouraging sharing. We designed the DIY kit as a hands-on educational experience, so it's made out of real electronic components, and we also try to prioritize rebuildability and reusability and intuitive understanding through this modular design. So each PCB module that the speaker consists of has a distinct function like audio processing power, etc. And they connect with pin headers, which makes it very easy to assemble and disassemble many different times. This modular design also aligned with our goal of making it as sustainable and affordable, because it allows for repairs or replacements for just a single part if something gets damaged or broken during use, which reduces electronic waste and also saves school funds. Educators also wanted it to be engaging and interesting, to capture students' attention and to actually inspire them to be curious, learn more about electronics, and create with this set. Music is a big part of kids' culture today, always has been, and playing and sharing music you like on a speaker that you built yourself is a powerful learning experience. It blends STEM with art and humanities, opens up conversations about the role of music in today's culture, taste, respect, and creativity. When it comes to creativity, I will show you on the next slide our friend Joseph from Go Created. So this is what we included: 6 sample buttons that students can load with any sounds, electronic, classical, or their own creations, which offers endless creative possibilities both in classroom and extracurricular activities. We also included an aux cable that allows connecting multiple speakers, so students can collaborate and create together, fostering teamwork and creativity. And also based on educators' feedback, we added a silent or headphone mode, which allows introverted or more independent students to create and practice privately, such as in a library at their own pace. This feature also provides, all these features also provide teachers with greater flexibility to integrate the kit into various lessons in diverse ways, which we really wanted to achieve. Which leads us to our final goal, and that is to foster sharing. With a built-in memory and recording capabilities, students can record, share, and further develop their music creations on their computers. We imagined and designed this kit as a holistic STEM experience, providing both practical knowledge of electronics while highlighting the artistic and musical elements. So, working on this project for the past 2 years, communicating directly with educators on what and why they need in their classes has really been eye-opening. Education today is at a crossroads. We need to deeply rethink how, what, and why we are teaching. There's a saying, if you learn like a robot, you'll work for a robot, and I think this will prove to be very true. The input we had from the educators at Go Created during this process was invaluable. I like to say that if my husband Eric gave this speaker a brain, the team from Go Created gave it a heart. Together, we need to invent and create new ways to teach students both about technology, how to build it, how to use it, but also how to better foster what makes us truly human at the same time. That's why we want to connect with more like-minded educators, to include your feedback in our project development, but also to create and share learning materials that focus on this holistic approach. So if you like the sound of that, please reach out and let's talk more about the future of education. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dragice Eugenia. I am a teacher for primary education at Carol First Technological High School, Valea Doftanei Commune, from Romania. I am glad that I can be with you today and that I have been selected to present you a part of my twinning project, Keep It Clean, Keep It Green. This part is about making some wind turbines with the help of Lego Spike. But before I show you the wind turbines built by my preparatory class children, I will introduce the twinning project but briefly. In Keep It Clean, Keep It Green, we are committed to a global mission to promote a sustainable future for our planet. Our project was an exciting journey through the realms of environmental management, where students from different corners of the world collaborated to promote a greener and cleaner Earth. Our project aimed to provide students with practical knowledge and skills to support ecological responsibility. Through interactive discussions, virtual field trips, and joint initiatives, we explored green technologies. All participants engaged in hands-on activities showing the importance of clean energy, responsible water management, and healthy living. Keep It Clean, Keep It Green was not just an twinning project, it was a commitment to a cleaner, greener, and healthier world. By encouraging global collaboration, our project inspired students to become environmental champions and advocate for change in their communities. I used technology a lot, and that's we. I present the logo on the right and a collaborative poster made in Canva. Time seems to fly. That's we. I will move on to the presentation of a wind turbine built by the students of the preparatory class with the help of Lego Spike pieces. It was one of the tasks of the project. Before starting the work, I explained to them what wind turbines are, showed them pictures, then we prepared the necessary materials, laptop, Lego kits, and go to work. We work together, explaining them step by step they have to build.
Asta este, asta este turbina eoliană, da?
Turbina
E
eoliană.
acționată de vânt, deci normal vântul o acționează. Nu că dacă îi pui mânuța îl împiedici.
Wow! Ce se întâmplă?
Ia, uitați-vă.
Iese aer.
Ea folosește forța vântului ca să producă energie electrică, o duce aici energia și aprinde becul.
Și aș vrea să fac și un Lego singur.
Și ia să vă mai arăt o șmecherie.
Ce șmecherie.
Of course, I made a paper morsel and I also saw happy children. Importantly, they understood that the wind turbines uses the force of the wind to produce electricity. These activities make children happy, they learn easier, they are attractive, they like to integrate them into our lessons. Thank you listening, good luck. and I wish you a wonderful day. Bye bye.
Welcome everyone, I'm Elisa from Logopsicum, an innovation center based in Belgium. Today I'm excited to introduce you to My Box of STEAM, an initiative co-financed by the European Union. The project aims at engaging elementary pupils in inclusive STEM education through the power of storytelling. Albert Einstein once said, "The greatest scientists are artists as well." This quote perfectly summarizes our project philosophy. By blending the arts with STEM education, we hope to inspire creativity and foster a deeper understanding of scientific principles in our students. Our projects align with key European educational priorities. We are focused on reducing underachievement in STEM subjects by making learning more engaging and accessible. We want to address the gender gap by encouraging more girls to participate in STEM fields and promote inclusion by developing resources adapted for students with learning disorder. Lastly, we aim to provide low-cost, accessible educational tools to schools across Europe. Our project has 6 core objectives. First, to stimulate student interest in STEM subjects through an integrated STEM approach. Second, to enhance the skill and enthusiasm for STEM using innovative teaching tools. Third, to reduce the gender disparities by encouraging more girls to participate. Fourth, to include students with learning disabilities. Fifth, to design and produce low-cost reusable STEM boxes aligned with schools' curricula. And finally, to provide resources for teachers to create and adapt these boxes to their classroom needs. The tangible outcomes of our project include the creation of 35 STEM boxes, each carefully designed to foster engagement and curiosity. We have developed a pedagogical guide, a box roadmap for creating and implementing these boxes, and also an implementation guide that supports teachers every step of the way. Our STEM boxes are divided into 3 core areas: technology, mathematics, and science. Each box is designed to inspire curiosity and facilitate enhanced learning. For example, boxes may explore topics such as the state of water, the sound, or the fundamentals of magnetism. These boxes are designed to be hands-on and interactive, encouraging students to explore STEAM subjects in a fun and meaningful way. Each box includes storytelling material, 2 pedagogical sequences and 2 tutorials. Storytelling is a key element, as it helps to contextualize learning and make STEAM subjects more relatable. By linking stories to scientific concepts, we aim to capture students' imagination and deepen their understanding. Our guides provide detailed instruction on creating a box and its component, including examples of best practice. They also offer guidance on creating inclusive boxes that cater to diverse learning needs. We have tested these boxes with over 750 students, and the feedback has been very positive, highlighting the box's effectiveness in engaging students and promoting STEM subjects. This testing phase has been crucial in refining our resources and ensuring they meet the needs of the diverse learners. The success of My Box of STEAM is due in a large part to our strong international partnership. We collaborate with organizations across Europe, each bringing unique expertise and perspective to the project. Thank you for joining us today. We invite you to visit our website to stay updated on our latest development and to explore the resources that we've made available. Please feel free to contact us if you have any question or want to share your thoughts.
Hello to everyone, and welcome to my STEAM presentation. I'm going to talk you about earthquake in an interdisciplinary perspective. I am Emma Sant'Arcangelo. I am a teacher of history, geography, and mother tongue in a lower secondary school in Italy, and I am scientist ambassador. As a teacher of geography, I had the opportunity to join a summer school in Greece. This summer school was about the topic of earthquake. Its main goal was to set up a seismogram network among several schools in Europe, enabling students to monitor earthquake and study seismic waves. This topic caught my attention because we live in an area who is prone to seismic activity. So when I come back to my school, I involved other colleagues in order to realize an interdisciplinary project related to this scientist topic. So we demonstrated with this project that students not only enhanced the comprehension of the earthquake, who is a scientist topic, but they also acquired other competence thanks to practical assignment, collaborative research, and creative endeavors. And this interdisciplinary way to work highlighted the benefits of an interdisciplinary STEAM approach into the learning process. The main goal for me, for a humanities teacher, was to broaden students' educational perspective into single discipline, into individual discipline, in order to contribute to the formation of individuals who are prepared to take the complexity challenge of the modern world. Of course, in order to realize an interdisciplinary project, we need to adopt a holistic approach, including not only science or maths, but also mother tongue, history, geography, of course, and art, of course. we joined several steps, starting from a conversation in a geography class and talking then of the scientist aspect, and we used specific program, and we enhanced the technological competence. We joined several steps. We introduced the basic concept of the earthquake. We studied the correlation between the geographical location and the seismic events. Students researched for the location of the seismometers installed by the school belonging to Seismo Network on Google Earth and mapping them out. I have told before that we live in a town who have a great risk of seismic activity. So our students focused their attention on the local earthquake who affected our town. They also examined the geographical and the social elements that contributed to the severity of this disaster. Then they write the story and tales inspired by the events experienced by earthquake victims, and they also interviewed relatives and acquaintances who experienced the last major earthquake that hit our city in 1918. A very interesting moment of our project related to humanity subject was the integration of the resource from Europeana digital platform. Europeana is a big platform where you can find over 50 million of picture, imaging, papers, video, and you can use it in teaching. This is a great opportunity to teach our students about the copyright and the opportunity to use or not to use images who can be in under public domain or under copyright. If you are interested in Europeana resource, you can go on Europeana platform, or you can go on Europeana teaching blog, where you can find the learning scenario I have implemented on many other learning scenario that you can use for this topic or many other topic. In this slide, you can see our students use data from Seismogram, Seismolab, and Google Earth Pro. We know very well how much important is public speak in during the learning process, and here our students are presenting their work, their digital presentation during the open day of the school. So they had the opportunity to talk with family, parents, and students from other school. The last moment was the metacognitive moment. The students reflected on the whole learning process. They fill out a rubric, and they talk about what they have learned during all the project and in this activity. That's all. Thank you for your attention. If you are interested and if you want to learn more, you can contact me using my email. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Georgina Dimova, and I'm going to present to you how you can integrate technology with Intel SFI Starter Pack. I'm informatics teacher in a primary school Strašo-Pinjor. My school is dedicated to providing the best STEM education for our students. As a recognition of our efforts,
our school holds STEM school label, proficient level, but also is one of the first 3 schools in Europe that has nature-based solution expertise. Every STEAM teacher knows how important is technology for student engagement and skills development. Intel Skills for Innovation is a platform helping educators on their journey of adopting the latest technology and creating learning opportunities that actively engage the students. It offers professional development, lesson plans, and a community for sharing ideas. Intel Starter Packs offer pre-designed, technology-infused new learning experiences that build students' higher-order cognitive skills. Effectively integrates digital technologies and skills buildings into the curriculum and maps to real-world scenarios showing how to use technology to solve problems. Helps build students' interest in curriculum subjects with hands-on activities and projects that can be done anywhere, making it suitable for remote and virtual learning as well as flipped classroom models. It is a library of 70 activities with more than 140 hours of lessons. You can find it on the web page of Intel SFI. You can search lessons by grades, subject area, mindset like computational thinking or design thinking, skill sets like artificial intelligence and machine learning, programming or coding, and software that is used like Arduino, Blender, Canva, ChatGPT, Microbit, Scratch, and many others. When you choose a starter pack, you can read activity descriptions, activity preview, informations, and you can download it. Every starter pack consists of educator's guide. It is like a lesson plan that tells you how to develop your teaching. It also has a teaching deck that is a presentation that you can use with your students. If a software is used in the lesson, there is also a tutorial on how to use the software that the teacher and students can use it to learn. All starter packs are easy to follow and they can be implemented in any subject. I implemented the starter pack storytelling with Scratch. It is a lesson actually created for language learning where students develop and code stories in Scratch, but I incorporate it in informatics. I always want my teaching to be connected to real-life problems, so students will know how they are learning, why they are learning something. Instead of just creating stories, I ask the students to create stories about internet safety or misusage of mobile phones. Students create stories, wrote dialogues, and then they code them in Scratch. We even created an interactive story as a game where the player can decide how the story will develop. This same starter pack was implemented in French at foreign language classes. The main accomplishment here was that even the most shy students made a story and spoke French, recorded their voices. Every student participated.
Bonjour, je suis Marco. Je suis David. David est grand et mince. Il y a les cheveux marrons.
Also, the starter pack was integrated in chemistry lessons. Here, students coded stories in Scratch to present the elements of the periodic table. Another starter pack that I integrated was coding through music, where we used Microbit to code our favorite music. As you can see, there is a variety of different lessons that you can work with, like working with artificial intelligence, 3D printing, virtual reality, mixed reality, work on sustainability and climate change. You can use any lesson according to your student skills and present knowledge. At the end, I want to share with you about the Intel SFI Professional Development Suite. It is a set of courses that teachers can use to improve their own digital skills. It is in 4 levels: adapter, owner, catalyst, and mentor. You can visit the website of Skills for Innovations to explore more, or you can write me for more information. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Javier Dondas. I am a teacher in a secondary school located in Candás, a small village in the northeast coast of Spain. And first of all, it's a pleasure for me to be invited to this conference to present the activities I usually do with my students. And it's a pleasure also to share with this enthusiastic audience of teachers of all Europe and maybe all over the world about the STEM activities. So in this presentation, I'm going to talk about different activities that we have carried out in our school by a group of teachers. And all these activities were developed around a central topic, which is aerospace. So we focus on aerospace from different perspectives. I will divide my presentation into 3 parts. The first part is the so-called CandaSat project. CandaSat project is a set of different tasks that we start almost 5 years ago. And the main idea is to launch a high-altitude balloon to the stratosphere. So the main challenge is to do these tasks in a secondary school environment. That means low budget, available usually in secondary school, and also not very high level of technical knowledge and scientific knowledge of the students who has carried out or has been designing, launching, and recovering, analyzing the data of the balloon. So this was the main challenge. The main challenge was to demonstrate that it will be possible to do this kind of activities in a school environment. On one hand, we have to deal with scientific and technical issues because we have to note a lot of different properties of the atmosphere, properties of materials, electronics, structural systems, inflating the balloon, properties of gases, properties of solids, liquids, etc. But not also this, but we have also to deal with organizational questions. Students has to plan, has to predict, has to make some calculations, some tests. And on the other hand, the third part, which was the more difficult one, was the legal part, because we have to ask for permissions to the civil and military agencies to use the aerospace. One of the most important factors in our project consists in involving external institutions here in our project. So we open our school to the cooperation with external agents like universities, research centers, and companies. The second topic I'm going to talk about is the CANSAT project. CANSAT project is a competition organized by the European Space Agency at European level, and it consists in designing, mounting, and working with a small satellite. The name CANSAT means satellite in the size and volume of a can. A can is a soda can, typical. The Servet project is developed by the Ibercibis Foundation at the University of Zaragoza, and it involves the cooperation of 12 or 14 Spanish schools in order to put the experiments and launch all the experiments together with 2 balloons to the stratosphere. So the organizers put the logistics and the schools put the experiments. The third part of the presentation is about the use of drones. So on one hand, we have to use an educative drone called Tello. The students could program the drone in order to do some task, and also they incorporate some elements of artificial intelligence in the drone. On the other hand, they have to build a drone from the structure, the electronics, the power system, and the motors of the drone. They have to build and to fly the drone. And that's all I can summarize in 6 minutes. Thank you very much for your attention.
I'm Jo Trousdale, and I'm going to report in this session on work that I've been doing with my colleague Richard Davis about using physical theatre-based drama as part of STEAM education. This is one element of a larger project that we've been working on called TeachMake, which we presented at EASE before in 2021, and the particular model that we've been using to support teachers in developing STEAM curriculum approaches. It focuses particularly on art making, and in our session tomorrow on drawing, we talk about that more fully. Here I'm going to briefly take you through the elements of our physical theatre approach. So we've been working with teachers in which where they've discovered that physical theatre is particularly useful for them in communicating ideas and getting children engaged in understanding particular ideas. And it's become clear to us over a period of time that we're using it in lots of different ways. And the more we can clarify the different ways in which we use it and the purposes for doing so, the more effective children's learning is. So this is our first attempt at developing a typography which teachers can then implement in their planning. What I'm going to do is take you through these and you'll see the colour coding here which identifies the different types as I talk through. You'll see on the right-hand side also a reference to the notion of role play. We argue that in some of these elements, role play is central, in others it isn't. So the first element that we used was one that everybody will be familiar with, and that's the notion of gesturing. And we're probably familiar with the idea that as human beings, we gesture as part of our thinking process. In fact, it's very difficult to keep our hands still often when we're talking. So often this occurs alongside our words as we're trying to explain something. So we might do it deliberately. We might, for example, lift our arm high in order to say, you know, it was this high, or this is how big you'd need to have it. or we might put our arms out to signal the fact that this is a kind of way of welcoming someone. We're used to that way of signifying, whether it's instinctive or whether it's deliberate. In physical theatre, what we do is build upon that readiness to explain things in different ways. But whereas gesturing is typically something done by an individual, or at least individuals in dialogue with each other, when we're looking at using physical theatre to make an idea visible, then what we're doing is children are working collaboratively, and they're using their bodies to try and represent ideas. So we might ask children in groups to use their bodies to show the elements of the eye and how the parts relate to each other. So they will move and shape themselves towards the shape of an eye, but also identify who is representing what in what particular way and why. And that process of doing and talking is a way of them working through and clarifying for themselves the elements of a thing or a concept. It can be something that's also done in movement, so understanding, for example, how a can moves might be one way. Another way in which we might work in physical theatre is to actually narrate something that children in effect act out. So physicalizing a phenomena or experiencing is a way of helping them to understand not only how that phenomena operates or how things connect to each other or sequenced. So we might tell the story of a water cycle and children act out those representing those elements of the water cycle. That's something whereby they're essentially taking on a role, but often it's a role of a thing rather than a person. It's possible, although not necessarily common to all forms of physical theatre, that being able to understand something through the way in which you sense it through your body, what you feel, is also a form of learning. So, for example, through proprioception, being able to feel how equal forces create stability is a really very effective way of learning something, and it's worthwhile bearing this in mind. In our own work, one of the most significant forms of role play is when children are immersed in a particular role. For us, in the TAME model in Teach Make, bringing children into an imagined experience where they take on a particular role and they're inducted into what that role is quite significant. So they might, for example, be designers working on a new wind turbine. And here they're working as members of a group of practicing designers. So we would connect them with the real world of practicing designers. They might even be given their commission from that real world. But in this situation, they're bringing their real selves to this imagined role of being a designer. And in that process, they're learning about it. So we may want to bring in empathy as part of it. We may want them to be able to consider different perspectives, such as those of residents that are living near the wind farm. Just to conclude, dramatic performance is, although less common in this work, a possibility where children are working to craft a representation of something.
Okay, thanks for listening to the presentation. As we said at the beginning, this is work that we're doing as part of Teach Make, and using the TAME is an element of that. If you click on the QR code, it will take you to a website where you'll be able to see both this presentation again and the presentation we're doing tomorrow, but also to have a number of other resources and papers and reports that we've published as a result of the work we've been doing. Thanks very much.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to my presentation. My name is Mariana Lazar, and I'm a primary school teacher at secondary school number 6, Iacov Mureșanu, Brașov, Romania, with 25 years of teaching experience. I am a creator of education, winner in 2020 and finalist in 2021. I am a digital ambassador since 2019 and Scientix Romanian ambassador since 2022. I have been involved in 8 Meet and Code events in the last 5 years. I was speaker at the first and second European Summit for STEAM Educators, and now I feel honored and lucky to be a speaker again. Today, I like to present a Meet and Code event and to give you some ideas to combine science with art and show you how to interdisciplinary STEAM projects help to innovate. I hope that our example will be a good inspiration for many teachers who follow us at this important third European Summit for STEAM Educators. The objective for this event are to familiarize students through interdisciplinary STEAM activities based on augmented reality and application of the merge cube with the planets of the solar system and their exploration in the 3D format. To create new products using multiple intelligences, such as poems, songs, drawings, posters, or solving puzzles in teams to discover the planets of the solar system, and to integrate a group of students from vulnerable environments in our county. The motivation, why the solar system? Because the solar system and space is fascinating and encourages children of all ages to explore and research. We didn't miss the opportunity to develop and enrich our knowledge, and we learned to use Merge Cube and augmented reality to explore the solar system. They have the experience of three-dimensional object, and they could see it from all different sides. What is augmented reality? It is a process of using technology to superimpose information onto a real-world environment when viewed through camera-enabled device. And what is a merge cube? It's a spongy, dense, black foam cube with a 7-centimeter side. Each side have a different pattern or silver marking on it. It lets you hold a digital 3D object to learn and interact with the digital world. After some explanation, finally the students understand that isn't magic that's happening, and it's actually the digital system working together. So through the apps, using a device and the camera pointing it at the merge cube, they manage to hold in the palm of their hand the solar system and the planets. So they actually see it happening close up, turning around the cube from all different sides. Due to the increased interest of the students involved in the project, we extended the project over 2 months, and thus the resulting products were very rich and creative. Some of activities were also presented during the satellite conference at the International Astronomical Union. I divided my presentation into three important moments: before the Meet and Code event, the event itself, and after the Meet and Code event, each stage bringing important benefits among students, creative and innovative products. The first part, we started with information about the solar system with Paxi, the ESA Kids mascot. Students watched documentaries, browsed encyclopedias, solved team puzzles, and decorated the classroom with drawings, 3D models of the planets of the solar system, or composed lyrics for the solar system anthem. The parents made keychains for the children with information about the planets. Then, during World Space Week, they benefited from an activity of solar observation at the telescope of the planetarium Dumitru Plunariu Astronaut Brashov in Central Park near our school. And then the second part, the Meet and Code event, held in October 2012 and 13 October during the EU Code Week, took place at the George Baritiu County Library, Brashov. The children's section, where my interactive screen is located, to use for a period of 1 year. On this screen, through Zoom, we managed to connect online with Professor Paul Dolea from the Morichel Observatory, Cluj. The students asked questions and learned many interesting things from the best friend of our great astronaut Dumitru Plunariu, the only Romanian who flew into space. I also presented the children my anthem dedicating to the great astronaut, created on the occasion of participation in an introductory course in space science in Morichel, Cluj, Romania in 2021. We explored the solar system using the Merge Cube and the Merge Object Viewer application. We consolidated and checked our knowledge using the Word Art and Bamboozle application. After the Meet and Code event, the third part took place at the Brashov cosmonaut Dumitru Plunariu Planetarium, which we visited. We watched the documentary film Solar System of Our House. Then the students presented a short artistic moment with the anthem of the solar system and our poems dedicated to the great cosmonaut. The dissemination of the activity was also achieved through an online article in the Edict International magazine and a video with pictures from all parts of the project with the solar system anthem as a background sound performed by my students. Let's continue. Here you can see our poems and a short video with the entire activity. You And in conclusion, I like to point out the three big advantages of this Meet and Code event. Innovation, by developing the 21st century skills such as communication, collaboration, creativity, critical thinking and problem solving by investigating to find the answer to the question, what do you think? Is there life on other planets? A real world problem that helps them to be competitive in the jobs of the future. Vision, by introducing Merge Cube and augmented reality to explore the solar system and familiarize with the planets by adapting and explaining scientific knowledge according to age and integrating it into the school curriculum through art. And inspiration by making fun, creative, and interdisciplinary STEAM activities that engage students in a learning process based on the theory of multiple intelligences to familiarize them with the solar system, and by creating posters, stories, poems, or songs to explore the solar system. Here, you can see some resources, and I invite you to visit the Meet and Code and ESA official page and the Merge Cube page. And I invite you to scan the display QR code and try the Merge Cube application. First application, Merge Explorers, actually works without a cube. And you can place, for example, the solar system anywhere in your room. I hope we have piqued your interest and inspired you with our interdisciplinary STEAM activities. Thank you for your time and good luck.
STEAM activities with cheap or recycled materials. I am Maria Pia Borghesan. I teach math and science at Dante Alighieri Lower Secondary School in Merlara, Italy. I am a scientist and Erasmus Plus ambassador and member of FIS. What about considering S not only for science but also for sustainable, and A not only for arts but also for accessible? Is it possible, in your opinion, to create good lesson plans and interesting science activities without using expensive instruments and materials, and so create a STEAM lab cheap with waste materials or cheaper materials? And can we consider our ecological footprint while we are working in a STEAM lab? I try to answer to these questions and I imagine some activities. For example, using paper and cardboard that we have a lot in our school. We can start proposing a sheet challenge. We can give our student a sheet, only one sheet, maybe an A4 format used sheet, and ask the students to create the longest change. Or we can ask our student to create a bridge using only paper and cardboard, establish a minimum and a maximum length of the bridge, and then test each bridge if they can support the student weight. Or we can create our paper straws and using, for example, newspaper, and ask student build, for example, this structure, and then try to add weight to the construction without causing it to fall. And we can
create a lot of different construction using paper straws. And also we can create newspaper sheet. We can take several newspaper, roll them up and secure them with glue or elastics, and then build our sheet that can be used for the students. And also we can create the magic boxes, start from the cream boxes or the medicine boxes, and we can use a medium foil or adhesive copper tape, a lithium bottom battery and a LED, and we can create these magic boxes that when we close the boxes, the light appear on the LED. So it can be a starting point for studying electricity, for example. And we can create mini robots. And if you want to know how to create this mini robot, you can go to this link. And we can start with the cardboard inside the toilet paper, create these amazing mini cars that are inspired by the movie Cars. We can also create automata starting from cardboard, put the sticks and not glue, and we can study the gears in this way and the movement. If you have yards, small yard, for example, yards from yogurt, we can use these yards, try to see if the cuttings will take root. You can take small pieces of different kind of plant, put them in the yards with some water, and day by day observe if they take roots. And if you have a bigger glass yards, you can try to create a closed ecosystem. You can find the instruction at this link. And with the clothespins, you can create mini vibrating bags. You have to use, for example, paper clips for legs and antennas, and paper for the eyes. You need also a mini vibrating motors and a button lithium battery. And also, you can use an old toothbrush to create these mini bags in the same method that we use for the clothespin bags. So you need vibrating motors, a lithium bottom battery, plastic eyes, and of course an old toothbrush. And if you have plastic bottles, straws, paper cups, you can ask students to create a bicycle or to create mini vehicles in different way, and the student to explore their creativity and their fantasy and be able to create different kind of vehicles. And so you can study the movement, for example, and also you can find useful materials in the plastic cups that are perfect for gears and wheels. You can find straws in the orange juice. Paper clips are perfect for legs, antenna, and so on. Cardboard box of pasta is perfect for automata, and ice cream wooden stick are perfect to create support, and you can search for mini vibrating motors from all smartphone. But above all, you need to use creativity, imagination, and divergent thinking. So thank you very much for your attention, and if you need more information, you can contact me. This is my email. Thank you very much.
Hey, I'm Michael, the creator of Volt Paper Scissors. I'm a game designer, maker and educator, and on Volt Paper Scissors I show creative maker projects that only use paper, conductive tape and simple electronics. I have invented or reinvented many maker projects like this spin art robot, an interactive RGB cube, a DIY book lamp and more. I'm sharing all my templates and tutorials with other educators on my website. This talk will focus on my most inventive project, a simple circuit that turns old smartphones into educational robots. Since it only uses basic electronics, you can build it using a breadboard, conductive tape, or a custom PCB. You can program it using MIT App Inventor. Let me introduce you to the circuit. It is a light-sensitive circuit that controls a motor. As you can see, a light source can speed up or slow down the motor. This circuit uses only a few basic components like a transistor and a light sensor. By swapping the torch light for a smartphone screen, you can control the motor simply by showing the light sensor a white or black rectangle. Use 2 of these circuits and you have a controllable smartphone robot. I've developed 3 different versions of this robot, each having its unique advantages. The first is a paper circuit version for younger kids, using conductive tape and low-power components. The second is a breadboard version with regular AA batteries and standard DC motors. The third is a custom PCB for soldering and a wooden chassis. What's great about this approach is that you don't need an expensive microcontroller like an Arduino or Microbit. You can start programming your robot right away using MIT App Inventor, which is like Scratch just for app development. The programming is the same for all 3 versions. There are many possible coding lessons, like giving your robot a voice with the text-to-speech component.
I will say everything you want.
You can have it react to voice commands using the speech recognizer. Turn around.
Turn around.
You can remote control the robot with another smartphone via Bluetooth. Or you think of ways to use modern AI to make your robot answer questions or generate art. So why build your own robot with simple electronics and a smartphone instead of using a ready-made kit or a commercial toy robot? There are 3 main benefits. By building the robot themselves, kids understand how it works. Other robots tend to be black boxes. Programming a smartphone is a very valuable skill that enables kids to become creators instead of consumers of technology. And you can repurpose any old smartphone and teach kids to recycle and reuse old stuff. In my experience, this robot is perfect for home tinkering and project weeks in school. Since it relies on inexpensive electronics, it could also be a game changer for countries that can't afford more expensive robotic kits. I'm currently working with people from Uganda to pilot this idea. So this robot turned into a very serious hobby, and I'm still working on an improved version of the paper circuit, a better guide for the breadboard version, and a kit that can be bought containing the PCB and the wooden chassis. Follow me on Instagram or YouTube if you want to be updated, or check this link to my robotics platform webpage.
My name is Mirko Labbri, and with STEAMs I want to discuss the importance of introducing a social component into STEAM education. I introduce 3 different ways social interact with STEAM: the role of social science, the impact on society, and teaching with a social element in it. First, we need to pay attention to social science definition. we need to consider a broader definition to include the human sciences that might be excluded from a narrower circle of social sciences. First, a little overview. STEM crystallized in 2001 at National Science Foundation as a group of disciplines object of research and education funding, initially at university level and later were migrated down lower grade with the objective to increase a STEM workforce. In 2008, Georgette Yachman finalized the integration of art into STEM. If we look at the bottom of the pyramid, we can see a large number of subjects and subject areas, and more are introduced by Yachman in her presentations. This idea was not entirely successful. This is demonstrated by the fact that art has been used mostly in the sense of visual art, and by the proposal of other extended acronyms such as STREAM or STEAM. My proposal derived from the need to reclaim social for the reason that I will illustrate later. I extended the meaning of reappropriation or reclaiming from the three alternatives proposed by Brodsema. I consider here reversing the transformation of the term social in a conceptual space that has multiple dimensions, at least linguistic, cultural, anthropologic, and sociologic. We need to look at the condition of the acceleration of technology replacement. No evaluation ex ante, planned unawareness through media saturation, the use of pros and cons to create mediation, and new problem created, so new surplus in a capitalistic sense. The impact of science, of STEAM, science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics education on society can be examined through various ideological lenses, notably from socialist and capitalistic perspective. If we compare socialist and capitalistic perspective, we see value of community versus individualism. The socialist perspective tends to prioritize community benefit and ethical consideration, while the capitalistic one emphasizes individual achievement and market needs. Socialists advocate for equitable access to resources, aiming to uplift disadvantaged groups. In contrast, capitalists focus on creating competitive environment where individuals can thrive based on merit. For capitalists, innovation driven by STEM education is closely linked to economic growth and productivity. For socialists, innovation serves community need and assess societal changes. From a curricular point of view, socialists focus on a broad curriculum which build lifelong skills, while capitalists look at skills that are directly usable and that will then need continuous retraining. There are a plethora of motives to say, let's go social, let's go STEAM for educator, because it is fashionable, but there are more downside than those that are listed here. Certainly superficial adoption, lack of depth, and pressure for validation. AI is a change factor in this scenario. AI produced the automation of exploitation of the social brain. The social knowledge becomes a direct force of production and is added to the general intellect. Machine and therefore technology, in a Marxist perspective, are tools of capital to extract surplus value from labor. Intangible labor and artificial intelligence is yet another tool of capitalism. The true nature of intangible labor has been concealed by the positive metaphor of human-machine hybridization and the shift of power relation in the triad labor-machine-capital proposed by Negri and Hart's post-operaismo movement. Post-operaismo cleared a positive role for electronic machine and described a new freedom for labor in the hybridization with machine. Although I'm unaware of the explicit links, it cannot be missed that there is a continuity and a sort of extension with the positive and often enthusiastic approach to the electric culture in McLuhan Global Village. The creation of an holistic and interconnected culture possible with electricity and electronics become a reservoir of value for capital. And as Steinhoff demonstrates, this is not escaped by the current artificial intelligence in the form of labor organization and exploitation. Profit become more and more apical. Wealth is less and less distributed due to automation. Auto machine learning system become the automation of automation. Social consequences of technological innovation, including issues related to inequality, access to resources, and environmental sustainability, must be considered. We can see the work of capital in is reorganizing relationship through processes of technological substitution to reappropriate knowledge and increase exploitation. AI is no different, but is different. AI not only copies human creation and cognition, but presents itself as a platform up to replace them with processes that are either similar, different, or completely alien to the human dimension, gradually making aspects of the human being more and more redundant, all the way down to the human being itself, as capable of producing a significant amount of surplus value. A pivotal example for this discussion, as well as the quintessential example, is precisely the replacement of real sociality by virtual sociality, an apparent metamorphosis, but in reality a direct appropriation by capital of entire sphere of human living, system of relationships that have existed for millennia, were juxtaposed with system of social play, platform of online social entertainment, testing, and virtual representation that quickly, indeed very quickly, migrated in a complete substitution and into the commercial system, often seemingly free for users, altering the representation of self and the different dimension of relationships with others. A whole process started without AI, but only Web 2 technologies and the system of social platform that appropriated the knowledge of paid workers and workers who are not. And there is a whole thread of discussion of capital's use of the concept of open software. Meanwhile, about 40% of websites have disappeared. This demonstrates not only that capital incorporates knowledge, with a remaining possibility to present itself as guardian of the knowledge, but its efficient way of destructing it, if not generating a relevant surplus. STEAMS is a new approach. Current development in AI is showing the redundancy of many human cognitive tasks. It is therefore challenging not to be involved in pedagogies and in teaching and learning activities that are or will be useless, skills are not needed, or misleading and deceiving. A misplaced sense of competence is created, but soon those competencies will be obsolete. For example, programming skills. The way forward is to define guidelines and practical approaches. Independent is the key adjective, from industrial concentration in fewer and fewer entities up to the AI-based surplus hunting by capital, thus avoiding maximizing surplus collection on top of the capital pyramid. And we all know the statistic on how concentration of wealth has gone in recent years. How do we do that? Well, there are strategies. We have to look at education and understanding, study of critical theories, learn about AI and algorithm, critical media literacy, reflection on personal experiences, community engagement, critique of capitalism and AI, culture, anthropology and sociology insight, anthropology approaches, social psychology, continuous learning and adaptation, and mindful use of technologies. The question to keep in mind, the direction of learning we are fostering will lead to further concentration of capital, destroying knowledge, independence, and creativity. Let's advance. Thank you.
Greetings of the day to everyone. My name is Paul Vatikuti. I'm a mechanical engineer by education and a teacher by choice. I teach STEM to primary kids, and since my childhood, I've liked inventing things. I've liked making things. Um, um, like maybe it be craft or anything, or like even playing with batteries and playing with motors, dismantling stuff. I've always liked to make things, and I believe that I'm carrying the same passion in my career as well. But something's changed, I believe, when I watched this 2008 movie called Iron Man, and AI assistant that Tony Stark had in that movie captured my attention, called Jarvis. And it was so fascinating to see that, AI assistant that can help you in making projects in your day-to-day life. I wanted to build one myself, and I didn't know how to make it, but all I knew was there is something called programming that you need to do in order to make one for yourself. So I bought myself this C programming language book, and I made my first program, my first calculator program, and it was basically a simple interest app, and then I was happy. But then when I was formally introduced to programming in the college days, it was so bad, because the experience was so bad. Not uh, anything with regard to teaching, but the content was so abstract. There were classes, and there were jargons being thrown around, and it was difficult for me to cement it and to visualize it, because I'm a visual learner. So that abstraction meant so much, it was fuzzing my mind. I didn't know how to go about it. But that's when I found out about P5JS. P5JS is basically a JavaScript library for creative coding. It has a lot of helper functions that you can use in order to draw shapes and add complexity to your projects. We make one project, and I believe that when we introduce children to coding through drawing, through because who doesn't like drawing? Everyone likes drawing. And when we introduce students to coding through drawing, you can literally see the visual output for yourself. It is far the concepts get far more cemented, digested, and you can easily carry over these concepts to other programming concepts or contexts. If you have the fundamentals of programming in your mind, you can carry forward the same thing in other contexts. So I believe that this will serve as a good foundation for programming. It's a text-based environment as opposed to a block-based environment that we are familiar with, for example, Scratch and code.org. We'll talk about the benefits later. But let's talk about some games. As you see, why drawing? We seem we can add interactivity, and we can make games through those drawings. At first glance, all these things might seem very difficult. Okay, what is all this? And this is Super Mario, but in its basic root form, it's basically normal shapes that are going around, and everything that we see around can be broken down into small shapes. For example, we have a rectangle, we have a circle, we have a triangle, we have if you visualize a camera lens can be modeled through a circle, a door can be modeled through a rectangle of different height and width. We can model a clock using a circle, we can model a pizza using a triangle. So imagine the possibilities of just drawing shapes using, because what JavaScript, what P5JS enables you to do is it gives you functions. We'll talk about what functions are. It gives you functions to draw these shapes very easily. So you can just imagine the possibilities of what all drawings you can make, which will store interest of the children. And I'll be also covering conditionals through which you can add interactivity through it. As you can see, we can make lots of stuff only using simple shapes, simple primary shapes. So what I intend to cover in this whole course, in this whole session is these fundamentals of functions, variables, conditionals. If you're even familiar with all these things, it's okay, and if you're not familiar, then also it's fine. I believe you can use this strategy, because I'll be using examples and analogies to explain all these things, so you can transfer that same thing to your students. So let's talk about functions first. So before delving into that, this is the editor.p5gs.org. This is where you can write code, and there is already some boilerplate code inside this. We have this function setup, create canvas something something, and we have this function draw and background something something. So just function setup basically runs only once, and this function draw, it runs 60 times per second. Okay, this runs only once, this setup, and this draw, it loops over again and again and again. But let's first see what this does. Let's look at this piece of code. Okay, create canvas, then we have open parentheses, and then we have a close parentheses, and then we have some numbers over here. So this is basically a function. A function is basically a piece of code that you can reuse. Imagine that, like, you are hungry and you want to eat burger, and for burger the first thing you need is the buns. What you can do is, buy your own plot of land, you can plant seeds, and you can, water it and then wait for the right season to harvest it. Or what you can do is, go to a nearby Subway, you can order a burger for you. And this is where functions are important. Functions are basically reusable piece of code. You don't have to start from scratch. You just go to the Subway, you just order it, you don't have to wait, they already have the ingredients which they have purchased, they'll just give it to you. Imagine this. So this is a burger basically, and you have all the ingredients inside it. Okay, so I want you to imagine this create canvas as a function, and I want you to compare the outer buns of the burger to the outer two parentheses that you have, one on the left, one on the right. And inside this, the 400 that we had is basically nothing, the ingredients that we put into it. So depending on what functions we call, depending on what kind of burger you want, the parameters that we say, the width and height, or maybe if we're calling another function, it will change. So when we call this function, it's basically when you go to Subway, we say that I need a burger. So in the same way, when you call this function, you are telling the browser that, hey browser, make a canvas for me with so and so width and so height, and the 0 0, if the coordinate system of screens of computers basically starts from the top left corner. So we go X in the right direction and Y in the positive direction down. So X is over here and Y goes over here. Basically you are telling the computer that I want canvas. And what happens is, in the background, this background loops 60 times per second. It's persistence of vision. Your brain, your image that you see, it basically remains for a fraction of a second more. So that's why your brain blends it to see that as if it's one continuous image. So what is happening is, you're creating a canvas 400 by 400, and you're creating a background. Basically this is looping 60 times per second, so it's creating a background of this particular value. Basically we can hard code it, white, brown, green, anything, and it runs 60 times over. So let's make a rectangle. Let's call a rectangle function. So the rectangle function basically takes 4 parameters, or 4 arguments, I would say: the x, the y, the width, and the height. Okay, again compare the two parentheses as the outermost buns and the inner contents as the ingredients. And this is what happens when you call the function rect, and when you give it an x value, you give it a y value, you give it a width, you give it a height. So let me do it over here. I'll call the function rect, and what I'll do over here is I'll 100, 80. So basically the first two arguments decide where on the screen along the x axis you want, where on the screen along the y axis you want the rectangle to be displayed. The other two parameters are the width and the height, and over here I'm putting 180, 80, and I'll just change the background to black, and then I'll click over here the run, and as you see, it makes us a rectangle of so and so dimensions. And if you go to help and you go to reference, you will find all the helper functions to make circle, ellipse, line, square, rectangle, point, triangle. So you can find the reference over there to make that particular thing. That was basically about functions. What we are going to make is house basically. So to save time, of course, I have made this house first only. Basically you can see there is one triangle, one big rectangle, two squares, and then again one rectangle for the house. So what basically this does is also helps children in spatial reasoning of it gives you okay, this should be the perimeter of the triangle of the rectangle, so I can make along this. So it also encourages math, it also helps spatial reasoning and coordinate geometry. So all these things are already helpful for their developing brain. And as you would see, as you are just calling a function, it is making something. One more thing that I would like to show you over here, I will call one more function over here called fill, and what this will do is it will fill in the color that you put. For example, if I put red over here and click on play, as you see it, I just said okay, I want the color red inside it. So imagine again the burger thing that happens over here. So let's go to variables. So if burger is basically your function, your packaging is your variables. I'm teaching you this because we're going to use a variable, pre-built variable. For example, variables can be it can hold a number, it can hold a name, it can hold a car name or anything like that. But the particular variable that I'm going to talk about is this mouse pressed. This variable is a built-in variable inside P5JS. It can be true or false based on if the mouse is pressed or not. If the mouse is not pressed, it is false. If the mouse is pressed, it is true. That is all about variables. There's more to it, but let's cover up with conditionals. I'll point you some resources also afterwards. Condition. In English, we have the statement, if it rains, I will carry an umbrella. Okay, so we have the proper structure. We have a comma over here. We don't say umbrella carry rains if it will. No, we have a proper structure. We follow some grammatical rules. In the same way, to transfer it to code, we have the syntax where we put if this keyword. We have this parentheses in which we put something is true, a condition. If the condition is satisfied, we do this, or else we do this particular thing. Okay, so what I want for this project of ours is I want whenever I press on this canvas, I want the door to open. And by what I mean by door open is if I turn if I make the color of this door white, it will appear as if the door is opening for us. So this is how we can add interactivity, and which is basically a foundation for making games. And you can already see how this approach of text-based learning using P5JS will also create more curiosity to learn more things, not only because they are told to know, because they themselves want to see the output and they want to make things, and this will basically motivate them to make other things. So so as I told you about variables, we have a mouse pressed thing, a variable which basically stores true or false. So if mouse is pressed, we want to fill it with a particular color, for example white, which will appear as if the door is opening. Else we want to fill with another color. Let's try to implement it over here. Let's get back over here. This is nothing but I have made a color, I've made a door house body first of all, then a triangle, again specify the coordinate and how where you want the triangle to appear. All these references you will find on the reference page of P5JS. So if mouse, again mouse pressed is a variable, if mouse is pressed, what I want to do is I want to fill the color with white, and for white this is a hexadecimal way of doing it, white, and then or else I want to do this. I want to copy this I'm gonna paste it over here. Basically vibrant blue, and I'm gonna delete this basically. See if I play press over here, if I nothing is happening. Let's see what has happened. Okay, I forgot else. If mouse is pressed, fill this, else fill this. So let's run again. So as I'm pressing on the canvas, I'm pressing the mouse over here. So as I'm holding the mouse is pressed, variable is storing a value of true. And when we say, as I told you, if this condition is satisfied, this piece of code will execute. And if the condition is not satisfied, this piece of code will run. So right now what we have done is, if mouse is pressed, so if I'm clicking on the mouse, so mouse is pressed is storing a value of true, and it is filling the door color with white, or else it fills the door color with the blue one. One question you might ask, that how does it know that it is the door color that it has to fill? Basically, P5JS, or basically any programming language, not many of it, it executes the line by line. So for example, first it will render a background of 200, basically this gray portion, then it will fill it with a red color, basically it matter red, and then the rectangle, whatever shape you put below it, that will fill with this particular color. So it's step by step. So now if you're calling fill again, so it will override the previous color, and the next triangles or the next shapes that you will draw, it will take the color of those that you specified just above it. For example, this triangle will take fill. Now before we make this door over here, this is the code for door, we are conditionally rendering this fill. If mouse is pressed, you make it white. If mouse is not pressed, you make it blue. So when we are making this, this is basically 175, 280 is the x and y coordinate of this door, 50 and 70 is the width and the height of the door. It is conditionally rendering. It will either be blue, it will be white. So as you know that you can extend this, you can even make this is another example that I made. This is a light bulb. You click on it, the bulbs basically go on. So as you can see, it's so much fun. It motivates others to try on and learn coding through drawing. They can visualize things for themselves, and I believe that this serves but this question arises that we already have block-based coding. We have Scratch, we have code.org, then why this? I believe this block-based coding is good, but you have limitations, and text-based basically programming, it helps you to transfer your knowledge in any programming context. If you want to do it in Python, basically you have variables, you have OOPS concepts, you have classes, all those things. So text-based coding, that's why introducing in such a manner using drawing, it's really fundamental. You have flexibility and power. You can make a lot of stuff using this. You can even combine it with electronics and career and educational opportunities as well, because ultimately that the coding that if your student aspire to become software engineers, basically this is what is going to help them, because the fundamentals will be so true, it will be so cemented in their mind that they will never look back. So basically this was my time with introduction to coding to drawing with P5JS. I'd recommend Daniel Schiffman on YouTube. Basically he's one of the contributors of this this community, and I have learned a lot from him, and I believe it will help you as well. So check him out on YouTube, and if you want to learn more deeper into how these functions work and what are the things you can do and what are the games you can make. So that was it from my time. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Ramita. I work as program manager for STREAM at RDK Educational Institution in Mumbai, India. I look into the curriculum of early and primary years for STREAM. STREAM is basically science, technology, reading, engineering, art, and mathematics. With this, I am also a Scientix ambassador since 2022. And I was also one of the presenters in East Summit last year. This year again, I have come up with another topic of 3D constellations. I have conducted this activity with the learners of grade 5. I remember I came across this activity while I was looking, some interesting topics for the content of stream somewhere online. And when I went through the details of this activity, this quote by Carl Sagan made a lot of sense that somewhere something incredible is waiting to be known. So without any delay, let's get into the details of this activity. The objectives, to start with the objective. So the idea is to introduce learners to the stars, the constellation, and ultimately build 3D constellation. I have also drafted, the specific outcomes which match with each discipline of STEAM. So as for science, yes, we have space science, and we discussed the color of the stars corresponding to their temperatures. Technology, we utilize 3D designing software and 3D printer. Engineering, it is the construction of 3D constellation. Either it is on the software or it is using, the physical components. Art, construction of stars using Play-Doh, and then ultimately the 3D printer. Measurement, mathematics has, very, very important role to play in this particular activity. Mathematics, as we know, that is the base of all the disciplines of sciences. But in this particular activity, children will do a lot of mathematics, to ultimately construct their final 3D model. I always love to start with the video, so I utilized this video. It's a long video, but I have shown it only maybe for 2.5 minutes, because that's where it sets the context about constellations. Moving ahead, gave them the definition of constellation. I utilized this GIF image to help them understand how those group of stars come together and they appear to form a specific pattern in the sky. And also this was one of the way to introduce them to one of the constellations, which is Cassiopeia. Now, this is where you can add a lot of discussion with your learners. I kind of spent like 5 to 6 minutes discussing, letting them come up with the answers, because when we talk about the shape of the star, most of the times what children have idea in their mind, what they have seen, as child, or in the cartoons, or even if we look towards the sky, they appear like small twinkling bodies, right? The way you see in this Orion constellation on the screen, right? As well as the size. So they would come up with these wild guesses, and then ultimately show them this GIF where they can actually, they might not be able to visualize because it's very, very big, but yes, when you show them, okay, now sun is even smaller than this particular orange giant, it might make some sense to them. Now, the next comes the color of the stars. So in the color of the stars, they talk about, we can discuss about the relevance of each color, and how blue is the hottest and red is the coldest star. For us, when or for them, because they are kids, when they look towards the sky, they say that, oh, it always appears to be, kind of bluish white. But then, when we actually get into the details, we get to know that, yes, these are, they have specific color, and each color has a corresponding, temperature. This was another picture which was, taken from the app called Stellarium Web. It basically, the idea was that, they should be able to understand that it's not just one constellation which is up in the sky. There are different types of, stars, and there are different, constellations available are there up in the sky, and which move as the night falls, or which move with the course of the night, right? And then again, I kept on telling them the lines that you see, you will not be able to see it in the sky, because those are imaginary lines. Now, this was another concept I wanted to bring into the picture when I decided this activity, sky maps. So I started asking them whether they use Google Map or not in their day-to-day life. So as we use Google Map in our day-to-day life to navigate from one place to another place, similarly, sky maps, there are different types of sky maps available online, and there are even applications available for your mobile phones, which you can utilize to navigate through the sky, to find out different celestial bodies which are visible to the naked eye and might not be even visible to the naked eye up in the sky. So I wanted to use this star walk too, because I personally use that whenever I want to do this stargazing. This app has very nice features, and its interface is amazing. It is very attractive to use because it's augmented reality based app, and eye-catchy designs, and it's very easy to utilize. So because of my, I could not do this screen mirroring on my computer with my phone, so I utilized rather the web version, which was of stellariumweb.org, for help them see what are these sky maps, and how to find the directions, and how to see what is where. So these are some of the screenshots which come from the Star Walk 2 application. Some of the constellation. While I was discussing this, there was one child who asked me a question, and I did not expect that question coming. And the question was that, because I had this picture, of this constellation, which looks like it is in water. They asked me, are there constellations under the water as well? So that was another interesting question, which I did not expect coming. But then it was discussed that yes, since there are, whatever is up in the sky, that is above horizon. So this app uses to show, certain celestial bodies which are below the horizon. They show it as if it is under the water. So that's how, I discussed this. So then these are commonly seen. They were introduced to the commonly seen constellations, because though there are other constellations also which are visible, but making that, imagining that, the actual shape which you see in the books, and then at times becomes easy, that requires a lot of experience. So for these children, the Big Dipper, Cassiopeia, Orion, these are the constellations which are easily visible over the course of night at certain time of the year. Now, this was an interesting or rather new topic for them to understand the unit of distance measurement in space. When I showed them this picture, they were kind of like, they had a very big question mark. What astronomical unit is it? Any unit? Because they have heard about units which are used for distance measurement is like centimeters or meters or kilometers, miles. So then we kind of made connect that since in space the celestial objects are very, very far from each other, so we have different set of units. Because if you use kilometers, you will have to have like 10 or 15 zeros behind a certain number, then only you will be able to represent that. So so the astronomical unit, when you measure distance within the solar system, the sun and the planets. Lunar distance, the distance between the moon and the earth. And then once you move out of the solar system, that is when the biggest unit that comes into the picture is the light year. So that is how we kind of helped them, made sense out of these three new, measurement, units of measurement, distance measurement in space. This picture, so these are two pictures. So in this is first picture. In this picture, we help them actually see how they would, when they will look towards the sky to find a particular constellation, how would it appear, right? To remove that idea that they would be appear like this. They will not appear. These are just the imaginary lines. So I kept on, during the first round of discussion, I kept on telling them that these lines are just the imaginary lines which humans draw, so that it becomes easy for them to understand the the shape of a particular constellation. Otherwise, this is how they appear in the night sky. This was the 2D constellation of Orion, and this is the constellation, 2D constellation of Cassiopeia. So while children had to make the 3D model, I used these two constellations. One was Orion and one was Cassiopeia. Another important thing that I added was the role play. Now, till here, students knew what is the context of 3D constellation as a STEAM activity. So it was time to give them certain roles so that they can also connect. They should be able to they should be able to differentiate between what is a scientist, what is an astronomer, and what is an architect or mathematician, right? So I conducted this activity in it took me 2 hours to complete this entire activity. I took that in 2 different sessions of 1 hour each. In the first session, the entire details about setting the context of this activity was done, along with we gave them the roles. So I divided my class into 4 groups of each group had 6 students. So they were asked to choose the role they wanted to play, because what is expected from each role, that was clearly defined in this slide. So children divided themselves as per their their wish, right? So scientists had to define the constellation, they had to draw the diagrams, and they had to label the diagrams of the constellations. Then astronomers had to talk about different constellations. They had to even draw the matrix sheet, made matrix sheet even in the Excel sheet, right? And they had to create different stars of Orion and Cassiopeia using Play-Doh. Mathematicians had very important role, because this entire activity, the role of astronomer and architect would come into the picture when mathematicians will do their task. So they had to convert this light year into centimeters. And then architects, they had to assemble the 3D model of the actual 3D model of the specific constellation. Material required. So this is the material required to make the physical 3D model of the constellation that you choose. Clay and cardboard and white, blue, all this stuff. If you want to do it in the, if you want to use 3D designing, then you can obviously use simple, you will obviously use this, because these are grade 5 children. So I use the most basic software of Tinkercad, platform Tinkercad. All right. This is where the role of mathematicians come into the picture, scaling down the distance between the sun and different stars of Orion constellation as well as Cassiopeia. So children chose which constellation they wanted to work with. 3 of the groups, since they knew that Cassiopeia has only 5 stars, they picked that. And there was 1 group who willingly picked Orion constellation to go ahead with. Now let's look at the matrix sheet. So these were the sheets. Now in these sheets, stars, name of the stars were already given. Nature, what kind of nature they have, whether they are giant or they are super giant or sub giants, then their distance from the sun. Now this distance from the sun in both the sheets is given in light years, right? So here distance from the sun is given in light years. So all these distances 1055, 1055 light years, like this. Now here what we did is we scaled it down to centimeters. So we actually did not convert 1 light year is equals to these many centimeters. What we did, we chose the smallest number. So out of this, the smallest light year number is 75 light years. So what we considered that 1 centimeter is equal to, or 1 centimeter is equal to 75 light years. And then ultimately children went on to divide it with 75 and they got their corresponding values of values in centimeters. Now coming to this corresponding diameter in centimeters, so this was already defined. So basically here what they had to do, they had to look at the nature of the star and they had to write the given diameter. For example, if it is giant, blue or white, so for giant, if it is giant, giant, blue or white, so then for giant, blue or white, it is, sorry, for blue, white, it is 1.5 centimeters. If it is super giant, orange, then they use super giant, red, orange, 3 centimeters. So these values were directly utilized. And in Cassiopeia, since 55 is the smallest number, so we took 55 light years is equals to 1 centimeter. So that's how the students, we took the exact distance of those stars of Cassiopeia or Orion, and we directly scaled it down to in centimeters. So when your students will create that model, what you will see that's an exact model of Cassiopeia, but you have scaled it down so that you can present that on Earth, basically. All right, so these are the 3D, this is how 3D designing was added. So using Tinkercad, this is the simple design I try to create. So here, so yellow obviously represents the sun, right? And these spikes which are used, they are representing the distance between the sun and the specific star. And here initially I also used those imaginary lines so that they can draw it, and ultimately they were asked to remove those lines. So this is how the actual model was designed on Tinkercad. And then each specific each color here represents a specific parameter. So yellow represents the sun. Here green represents the distance between the sun and the star. So basically, even in the physical model, we used skewers to represent the distance between the sun and the star. So that is where each skewer or each spike, you can say, is of different size. And then ultimately these spherical objects are representing stars corresponding to their specific colors. This is the actual physical model which students have created. This is the top view. You can see from the top view. So we first students have drawn, those scientists, they have drawn these the diagrams, and they have labeled those diagrams, and then astronomers and those mathematicians, architects, they came together and they completed the model of their physical model of the 3D constellation. In this picture, you can see these skewers are of different sizes, of different lengths, basically. And also you can see there is a clear difference between the size of the stars as well. So this was constructed using Play-Doh. The stars are constructed here using Play-Doh, and then these are skewers which are used, and this is just a normal cardboard on which we have drawn their constellation. With this, I come to end of my presentation. I love to end the presentation with this beautiful thought, since it is about space. So in space, every adventure starts with curiosity. So in STEAM. This was Ramita Sharma. Thank you so much for listening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rashmi Iyer, and it is an honor to be a part of the East STEAM Summit today. I work as a central technology integrator with the Universal Education Group of Schools in India. One of the key roles as a technology integrator is to explore technological tools and ensure they are implemented in the classrooms for better teaching and learning experiences. In this session today, we are going to discuss what are ideas in STEAM education, what is a Magic School AI tool, and how do we use Magic School AI tool to generate STEAM ideas. Before we begin the session, I have a quick question to the STEAM educators out there. Do ideas matter in STEAM? Think. Ideas are the heart of STEAM education. Ideas give way to the development of new technology and helps in solving real life problems. Hence, we can say that STEAM is not only teaching science, technology, engineering, art, or math individually. It is a way to cultivate creativity, problem solving, critical thinking skills that helps in generating innovative ideas through brainstorming and collaboration in students. Ideas are not only required by students, but also educators need ideas to make the classroom session interesting and engaging. One of the important problems that educators face is to design an engaging lesson plan that has interdisciplinary connections and technology integration. I have explained this with two examples. In the first example, students were asked to decorate a Kubo robot. Here, we blended art and technology together. This sparks imagination and gives way to strengthening the understanding of STEAM principles. In the second example, our students who already learned germination of seeds in science have used scratch coding and created an interactive project which helps them apply the knowledge of science and integrate it in technology. Hence, we blended science, technology, and art together. To help the educators in generating ideas, these days we have AI tools. There are many AI tools in the market, and I'm sure many of you are using them. The list of AI tools are unlimited. I have listed a few here. ChatGPT, Magic School AI, Google AI, Socratic, Dreambox, and many more. And I'm sure many of you are using lot of AI tools for different purposes in education. But in today's session, I'm going to talk about how Magic School AI tool will be of great use for educators in planning a STEAM session. But before that, what is Magic School? Magic School is a platform where there are many AI powered tools that helps an educator to plan a unit, lesson, differentiate, to communicate. And there are so many tools right from planning till implementation that educators would require or would use here. Let us see how to use or how to sign up to Magic School tool. Magic School is a free tool. For any users who are using the Magic School AI tool for the first time, you can go to the browser and type Magic School AI. Click on sign up for free. It asks whether you want to sign up as a student or an educator. You can click educator and then sign up with either Google or whichever ID you have. Well, here I have used my official email ID to sign up. The sign up process is completely free. Once you sign up, this is how the entire Magic School AI dashboard looks like. There are n number of tools that you can use. If you do not have a device, you don't have to worry. A phone will also suffice. If you use your phone, use the web browser on the phone, type Magic School AI and repeat the same steps that we did for laptop. Use the sign up. You can sign up for free even on phone. Let us now see a use case which leads to the use of Magic School AI. Case 1. There is a science teacher. She's planning to introduce a unit, renewable energy, with year 4 students. The topic renewable energy is very vast. There are many ideas that comes to our mind. The challenge here for the teacher is to make real life connection which links to sustainable development goals and to engage children in the classroom. Let us see how Magic School tool helps the science teacher solve this problem. So the dashboard of Magic School looks like this. There is a tool which says real world connection. Click on the real world connections tool. The best thing about these customized tools, unlike ChatGPT, there is very little prompt that is required. You need to just enter the data that is asked for. It asks me for grade level, and it also tells me what topic do I need ideas for. So I have entered grade 4 renewable energy. And because as a teacher, I know that I want to use couple of resources. I want to use scratch coding, Kubo robot, and I have some Strawberry kits that I want to use. And hence my prompt goes accordingly. So I've mentioned create a unit with 3 projects using scratch coding, Strawberries, and Kubo. Once you type the prompt, click on generate and you will see that Magic School AI comes up with 3 different projects for you. Very easy. Now, one of the important thing an educator should do is to read the prompt that is to read what is the projects that are generated by the tool, because it is an AI tool. Once you read it and you're convinced, you can save the resource. So you can either save the resource, or you can go and click on export, that will take the entire project to a Google Doc or a Microsoft Word. It also further prompts whether I want some assessment strategies based on these projects. Very useful tool for any educator. And you can see the list of assessment strategies that the Magic School AI tool has generated. Very simple, very easy. The next use case. Now let us see a case of a math teacher. A math teacher introduces a unit on 3D shape. Now this is being introduced to year 1 students. Here, the teacher wants a 30-minute lesson plan, a detailed lesson plan, right from objectives to guided practice, to independent practice, to learning outcome, and the resources that is required to make the session engaging. Let us see how Magic School AI will help this math teacher. There is a tool in Magic School AI which is called a lesson plan tool. Here, if you click on the lesson plan tool, there is a lesson plan tool, and you can click on the lesson plan tool, which asks for certain questions. Again, there is no need to put the entire prompt. So here I'm going to generate the lesson for grade level 1. The topic is 3D shapes. So I'm just mentioning the topic 3D shapes. If you see, the best thing about all these customized tools are the educators need to only put what is being asked for. It's a guided prompt tool, I would say. In the additional criteria section, I can type that I want a lesson plan that is generated for 3D shapes year 1 students, but using the straw bees kit that I have. You can see that I mentioned generate a 30-minute lesson plan for year 1 students with to create 3D shapes with strawberries. It's very, very simple. And then once you have written what you need, just click on generate. When you click on generate, you see that there are detailed pointers in the lesson plan given. Right from key points, objectives, assessment, so many things in detail. This makes the life of an educator very easy. Again, a quick tip. Educators should read and review what AI has generated. Once you are convinced, you're thorough that this is what you want, you can either save the resource or again add it to the Google Doc or Word document. It also suggests if I want to differentiate between 2D, 3D shapes, or if I want a plan that can, some common misconceptions that are there about the 3D shapes. If I want to address them effectively, such a useful tool for educators. Once this is done, is the next step for a STEM educator. The next step is where you have the data from the AI generated tool. Now is where the project customization comes into account. Every educator should review the generated ideas and then see what is best fit for them in the classroom. Does it suit the students in the classroom? Is the complexity level as expected? Will our students be able to do what AI has suggested? And once the customization is done, you can then implement the project. There comes implementation. So if you see, we implemented the renewable energy to create a wind turbine with the strawberries kit. We also used 3D shapes with strawberries to create a cube. Implementation, again, is one of the most important part, or it's a very important stage of STEAM, because this is where the teacher would be able to identify whether the session is interesting, whether the students are engaged. After implementation comes feedback and adjustments. For every educator, feedback and adjustment is a continuous process. We can gather feedback from students, or you can also gather feedback by just observing how engaged the students are, by measuring whether the students are able to do a particular task that AI had suggested, and then plan the further session accordingly. With this, I would like to quickly share few best practices when you're using AI tool. Dear educators, AI can only generate ideas for you. It is not the final solution. I request all the educators to read the AI generated content, check for accuracy, whether the content, whether the concept generated is accurate. Double check the content and give your knowledge, your flavor to the project. Because we as educators best know the content. With this, I would like to conclude the session with a quick takeaway. For any STEAM educator or for any educator, upskilling is a continuous process. Magic School AI has PD courses for the educators. There are 3 levels of certifications that educators can take, and it is free of cost. Every certification will take not more than 30 minutes, and it will fetch you with a certificate and a badge. Very interesting. We did it and we enjoyed taking all the 3 certifications. With this, thank you so much. Thanks for listening to me. Special thanks to the East team and Nelson Gomes for all the support. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
Hi dear participants, welcome to the 3rd European Summit of STEAM Educators. I am Sibel Saygın from Istanbul, Turkey. It's an honor to share with you the journey and the impact of our Erasmus Plus project Far Beyond the Barriers, shortly FBB. This initiative, spanning 24 months and involving partners from Poland, Turkey, and Romania, aims to create a more inclusive and equitable educational environment for students with learning difficulties. We have designed our project under the light of this motto: education cannot be inclusive unless it's a good quality, and education can't be of good quality if it is not inclusive for all. Far Beyond the Barrier project started on May 1st, 2022, and it's funded under the Erasmus Plus program cooperation partnership in school education field. And it is supported by European Commission and funded by Polish National Agency. We have finalized very recently, and our project have been remunerated as a good example project. Far Beyond the Barriers was convinced with a clear vision to dismantle the obstacles faced by children and young people with learning difficulties in both social and academic lives. The consortium behind the project includes a diverse group of institutions, each bringing unique expertise to the table. Our coordinator partner is from Poland and is a public school. We have partners from Romania as an association of teachers and two organizations from Turkey. One of them is Sayekder, is located in Istanbul, and it's an educational NGO specializing mostly STEAM education. And the other is Genç Girişim from Ankara, is a sports club association. Together, we created tangible resources to support inclusive education. In terms of vision behind the project and the need of it, although there is an international standpoint regarding inclusive and mainstream education, and also consensus on the importance of the rights of the students with learning disabilities or difficulties, there is not a certain way to apply it to the national systems. Countries greatly differ in their understanding and recognition of those individuals. Different countries have varying approaches and levels of recognition of learning disabilities or difficulties, leading to inconsistent support for students who need it the most. For this reason, we have searched for the educational system of partner countries and the strategies for inclusive education to get in-depth understanding of how the students face these difficulties in their lives, and as teachers and educators, how we understand these difficulties in our classroom and what kind of innovative parts can be added to reach better inclusivity in our classrooms. As a consequence, the results of our interviews, focus group discussions, findings show that there is a great problem for all the partner countries to provide more inclusive and quality education for the students who have challenges with learning difficulties throughout their lives. And also, there's a high need to equip teachers the know-how and the skills for a room full of children who can range from the gifted ones to students who read, write, count far below their level due to a learning difficulty or a disability. Within the Far Beyond the Barrier project, we took account Sustainable Development Goal 4 of United Nations, which aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning for all. And we used learning difficulties as an umbrella term for the learning difficulties and disabilities together. Within the projects, again, we focus on some of the learning difficulties, such as dyslexia, which is a common learning difficulty that causes problems with reading, writing, and spelling, and dyscalculia, a specific and persistent difficulty in understanding the numbers, which can lead a diverse range of difficulties with mathematics, and dysgraphia, a specific learning difficulty in writing, and finally, attention deficit and hyperactivity, which is a condition characterizing by inattention and hyperactivity and impulsivity. At the heart of FBB, our primary objective is a commitment to promoting innovative educational methodologies. We aim to equip teachers with the tools and knowledge necessary to create classroom where every student, regardless of their abilities, can thrive. Through STEAM education, creative drama, sports, and game-based learning, we are redefining how educators engage with their students. And our mission goes beyond here teaching techniques. We are also dedicated to raising awareness and combating the stigma associated with learning disabilities. For this reason, we have organized a social media campaign. By fostering positive attitudes and respectful language in schools, we strive to build an environment where all the students feel valued and supported. Through the achievement of project objectives, the tangible project results and outputs were Guide for Developing an Inclusive Classroom. It's prepared for the teachers and available downloaded in our websites, from our websites. And the Breaking Down the Barriers in Inclusive Education online course with 5 modules, social media campaign, partner countries situation report on inclusive education, a website containing information about all what we did during this timeline and about our institutions, results, events, and news. And multiplier event took place 3 countries, learning, teaching, training activities, which are all based on STEAM education, game-based learning, and creative drama and sports, and how we used for inclusive education. And the local seminars and workshops for teachers, managers after each learning, teaching training. And I would like to mention more about our tangible outputs. One of them is a comprehensive guide for developing inclusive classroom. This guide provides educators with practical strategies for understanding their learnings, creating respective classroom climates, and planning lessons that ensure every student can participate and achieve their full potential. It also offers valuable resources to help teachers navigate the challenges of inclusive education. And the other one is complementing the guide is our online course for teachers titled Breaking Barriers in Inclusive Education. And it is structured into 5 modules. This course covers essential topics such as educating for diversity, using STEAM, drama, games, and sports as a tool for inclusion. Each module is designed to equip educators and teachers with the skills and confidence to embrace diversity in their classroom. And as we continue our work, we remain committed to aligning our efforts with Sustainable Development Goal of 4 United Nations, which calls for inclusive and equitable quality education for all. We believe that through projects like Far Beyond the Barrier project can make significant strides toward achieving this goal, ensuring that no student is left behind. In conclusion, Far Beyond the Barrier project is a more than just a project. It's a movement toward a more inclusive and compassionate educational system. We are proud of what we have achieved so far, and we are excited about the future as we continue to break down the barriers and build bridges for all students, regardless of their challenges. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your continued support and collaboration as we move forward in this important work. If you want to learn more about the project, just click on our project website, farbeyondthebarriers.com. You can download the guide for teachers and enroll the free online course from our website. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Silvana, math teacher and STEM enthusiast from primary school Strașo Pinjur Carbinți. With this presentation, I aim to motivate STEM teachers to use resources from Europeana platform so as to use the potential of integration of STEM activities with cultural heritage. It's sure that STEM skills drive innovation and economic growth. However, technical knowledge alone is not sufficient. By integrating STEM education with cultural and civic learning, we can develop well-rounded individuals who are capable of solving technical challenges, but also equipped with the ethical and cultural insights, capable to lead with empathy, creativity, and a deep respect of diversity of human experience. Most of teachers often find themselves tethered to textbooks, relying heavily on the content within their pages. It's like trying to bake a cake with just one ingredient. Possible, but far from ideal. By stepping outside the textbook, teacher can discover new ways to mix and match content, creating lessons that are exciting and dynamic as the students themselves. It's time to swap the old recipe for one that includes a dash of creativity, a sprinkle of cultural heritage, and a lot of STEM. Because the best learning happens when we go beyond the book. Europeana platform and Teach with Europeana blog serves as invaluable resource in this. Throughout Europeana, educators can bring a wide range of historical and artistic elements into the STEM classroom, such as ancient scientific manuscripts, works of art that illustrate mathematical principles, or engineering marvels from different eras. Integrating this interdisciplinary approach supports preparing students to navigate and contribute to a world where the boundaries between disciplines are increasingly blurred. Mondrian and Math Lesson is learning scenario from Teach with Europeana blog that I realized with my 6th grade student. Throughout the resources of Europeana about Piet Mondrian, students were introduced to Mondrian and its art, enhancing their art historical knowledge. The first task for students was to create simple drawing on paper and to recreate it in Mondrian style. Students applied and explored the relationship between mathematics and art, recognizing how mathematical principles can influence artistic expression. Although a seemingly simple task, the abstraction from a concrete drawing to an abstract, using only straight lines and rectangles, 3 basic colors, scale and proportions, was a challenge for the student. Students had a task to recreate their drawing, but this time in digital form with artificial intelligence embedded in the Padlet app as AI art generator. They explored the capabilities and limitation of artificial intelligence in generating artwork, fostering critical thinking about technology's role in the creative process. Geometric animals and symmetry is another scenario from Teach Europeana blog. In this scenario, first students had a task to review the given links to Europeana and to choose a picture, an animal. They also looked at the other information related to picture on the Europeana page. Who created the picture, who, where and when was it published, and so on. With these activities, the students gained knowledge about Europeana cultural heritage and were introduced to the basic of copyright and media literacy. Then students conducted research on their chosen animal, gathering information on its species, habitat and unique characteristic. They developed analytical skills by synthesizing relevant facts and presenting them in a concise manner. The final activity was the creation of mask of the animal, for which they made a sketch using the math geometry tool GeoGebra. Throughout the creation of mask in GeoGebra, students expressed their creativity while incorporating geometric shapes and symmetry into design. Throughout activities optical illusion, is it or is it not, students explored visual illusion from mathematical side, from biological side, and explore the facts why we don't see things as they are using Europeana resources, of course. In the age where technology and science are rapidly evolving, grounding STEM subject in rich context of history and art provides students with a more holistic and meaningful learning experience and opportunity for educators to transcend traditional teaching methods. Europeana platform empowers educators to enrich traditional STEM curricula with a depth and diversity of cultural heritage. By bridging the gap between culture and STEM, educators can inspire a new generation of learners who are not only technically proficient, but also culturally aware and intellectually curious.
Is about augmented virtuality in culture and education. So what is augmented virtuality? It is a form of mixed reality, unlike virtual reality, but also unlike augmented reality. So if you take a virtuality reality continuum, we would position augmented virtuality somewhere towards the virtual environment, but not so much as virtual reality, because in augmented virtuality the user evolves in a virtual reality setting, but she can also interact with physical items belonging to the real environment. So what does augmented virtuality look like? In this sketch, we can see a person interacting with a physical dish of pasta and simultaneously viewing the very same dish of pasta in a virtual setting. It is actually a digital twin of the physical dish of pasta. I want to argue that augmented virtuality can be applied in the field of culture and education. For example, in these images, we attempted to depict two users interacting with museum artifacts. They can handle a physical replica of the actual object, and they simultaneously view a digital twin of the cultural object in a virtual reality setting. And what they can do is also apply modifications to the virtual twin of the physical item. For example, they can color the item, they can add aesthetic elements to it. Obviously, we believe that augmented virtuality has numerous applications across culture and education. Take, for example, archaeology. One can explore an ancient sword in augmented virtuality. She can move the sword through space. She can apply modifications such as coloring, applying aesthetic items. The very same applies to an ancient vase. The user can explore an ancient vase in augmented virtuality, view it from different angles, and simultaneously manipulate the 3D replica of that ancient vase. And the 3D replica would be most likely produced via 3D printing techniques. Now, augmented reality and virtual reality have largely been experimented in the field of culture, education. For example, in these photos, we can see how one can explore a museum in a virtual reality setting, or the user can explore selected items at a museum via augmented reality applications and can thereby view extra elements that are only visible on the smartphone or the tablet. So one can wonder, what is the added value of augmented virtuality? Well, the answer is that augmented virtuality enhances the cultural experiences, and it takes it to a different level because it brings in the ability to the feeling of touching the item, and also it makes the cultural experience a lot more authentic than if you were just about augmented reality or virtual reality. And as we've explored previously, in augmented virtuality, the user can also modify the cultural object. She can apply paintings, for example, like as we can see in this sketch. Now, this technology of augmented virtuality has been experimented, for example, by the Museum of London Archaeology. But we would like to expand experiments in the field of culture, non-formal education with augmented virtuality, and we would like, for example, to encourage schools to provide these experiences to their pupils so that they can experiment a whole new cultural experience. And for that reason, we would also like schools to partner with cultural institutions like museums, and together develop the augmented virtuality experiences tailored to a young public. Contact us at info@digital.com if you find this topic interesting, or if you really do want to explore the avenue of creating augmented virtuality experiences in the field of culture. Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Stefania Altieri and I am a teacher. Today I want to talk about a revolutionary concept that is shaping the landscape of education, artificial intelligence. As we stand on the brink of the fourth industrial revolution, it is imperative that we not only acknowledge the potential of AI, but also embrace it completely, particularly in our classrooms. Education has always been about preparing students for the future, equipping them with the knowledge and skills necessary to thrive in a rapidly evolving world. And now AI offers us a powerful tool to enhance the learning experience in ways we never thought possible. One of the most significant advantages of AI in education is its ability to personalize learning. Each student has unique strengths, weaknesses, and learning styles. Traditional one size fits all approaches often fail to address these individual differences effectively. However, with AI powered adaptive learning platforms, we can tailor educational content to meet the specific needs of each student, ensuring that they receive the support and challenges that they require to reach their full potential. Imagine a classroom where every student has a personalized learning path. AI can analyze vast amounts of data on each student's performance, identifying patterns and trends that would be impossible for a human teacher to discern. It can then adjust the curriculum in real time, providing extra practice for areas where a student struggles and accelerating the pace in subjects where they excel. This level of personalization ensures that no student is left behind and that each one is continuously challenged and engaged. Moreover, AI can also serve as a valuable assistant to teachers, helping them manage administrative tasks more efficiently, such as grading assignments, providing feedback, and even designing personalized lesson plans. By automating these routine tasks, teachers can redirect their time and energy towards that truly matters, fostering meaningful connections with their students, for example, inspiring curiosity and cultivating critical thinking skills. Imagine the hours a teacher spends grading papers and preparing lesson plans. With AI, this time can be drastically reduced. AI systems can grade multiple choice tests about instant and provide feedback on written assignments by analyzing grammar, structures, and content. Teachers can then spend more time on interactive and creative aspects of teaching, such as leading discussions, mentoring students, and developing innovative projects. Furthermore, AI can facilitate collaborative learning on a global scale through online platforms and virtual classrooms. Students can engage with peers from diverse backgrounds, exchange ideas, and collaborate on projects regardless of geographical barriers. This not only enriches their learning experience, but also prepares them for the interconnected world they will inevitably navigate in their future careers. They can share insights, learn about different cultures, and develop a global perspective. AI powered translation tools can help overcome language barriers, making these international collaborations seamless. Such experiences teach students valuable skills like communication, teamwork, and cultural awareness, which are crucial in today's globalized workforce. However, as we embrace AI in education, we must also be mindful of its limitations and potential pitfalls. We must ensure that AI systems are developed and deployed ethically, with careful consideration given to issues such as data privacy, algorithmic bias, and the digital divide. Additionally, we must equip both students and educators with the necessary digital literacy skills to navigate the increasingly complex landscape of AI technologies responsibly. In conclusion, the integration of artificial intelligence in the classroom holds immense promise for revolutioning education as we know it. By leveraging AI to personalize learning, support teachers, facilitate collaboration, and foster digital literacy, we can create a more equitable, engaging, and effective educational experience for all students. As we embark on this journey, let us embrace the transformative power of AI to shape a brighter future for the next generation. Thank you.
Hello, STEAM teachers. I hope you've all been enjoying the EASE conference so far. From looking at the program, so many of you have so many interesting ideas to share. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about Science in School and how this might help. So Science in School is a free magazine for STEM teachers, including STEAM teachers, of course. And it's published and funded by Forum, which is a group of 8 European intergovernmental research organizations. I think a lot of students, when they think of scientists, they think of someone sitting alone in their lab. But modern research is highly collaborative. And these organizations provide facilities that enable collaborative and multidisciplinary research around Europe. So the aim of Science in School is to support teachers in the delivery of their STEM curricula, in particular to help foster positive attitudes towards the science that shapes students' lives, and also to attract students to careers in these fields. So we're not a pedagogical research journal. We don't publish articles on education research or final project reports or anything like that. We're focused on classroom relevant teaching materials, and we have a number of different article types for this. So the Understand articles are about some scientific topic, and these are aimed partly at teachers to read for their own interest and maybe bring some of these ideas into their lessons when they're teaching on these topics, but they're also aimed to be understandable by older students as well, so that they can be used as reading materials in class. And you can see that some of these articles have little flags underneath them, and I'm not going to talk about those now, but they're important and I will come back to them later. So the Inspire articles are more about teaching projects and resources and techniques. So we can have things on making experiments more adaptable, or particular teaching techniques or topics that might be particularly interesting to bring in different topics and different skills. And finally, we have the Teach articles, and these are classroom activities. So a lot of them are hands-on activities for the lab. So you can see here there's one on making slime and using it to investigate material properties. But they can also be things like discussions and debates and role plays. So you can see here there's a particularly nice article on lab disasters, which was encouraging students to engage with lab safety by writing the craziest stories they could think of the worst possible disasters that might happen in a lab if you didn't follow lab safety rules. In terms of generally the type of content we cover, so we publish online 5 times a year. These are 4 of the issues from those 2 years shown because I needed some more space at the site, but we publish 5 times a year, and our articles are published online, which is useful for a number of reasons. They can include links to different materials and resources. They can have videos or links to videos that might help with teaching the topics. And also they can include supporting material from the authors. So things like student worksheets or tables to fill in, or additional background information or student instructions and materials like that that help with teaching the activity. All articles are free to access and no registration is required. And we're aimed at secondary school, so that is teachers of students aged 11 and older. We try to cover the full range of curriculum science topics, and really encourage also interdisciplinary articles, since this much better reflects the way science exists in the world and the way it's done in research, and is also more engaging for students. And finally, we try to strike a balance between cutting-edge activities that might require more expensive or sophisticated equipment and low-cost activities that every school can use. So that brings up the question of where did the... Oh, wait, before I say that, sorry. A very important idea for us is really that science is for everyone. So we're very careful in how we depict scientists in the articles, but also we want to encourage material that engages students' innate creativity and curiosity by linking to everyday life and real-world examples. Because a lot of students have this idea that science is really only relevant for a certain kind of smart student who likes learning facts. And we'd really like them to understand that science can be exciting and interesting for everyone. So that brings up the topic of where these articles come from. And unfortunately, it doesn't happen exactly like this. They don't just drop out of the sky, but it is quite a nice process. So as I explained, we have 3 different article types, and they actually come from slightly different places. So the Understand articles are mostly written by scientists. So these are really enthusiastic scientists who are passionate about their topic and would like to share their knowledge and their enthusiasm with a broader audience. Inspire articles are predominantly written by educators. So these might be teachers, but they might also be people running teaching projects or larger resources or things like that. And finally, the Teach articles are predominantly written by teachers like you. So whenever I go to teaching conferences, I'm always amazed at the creative classroom ideas and teaching ideas and activities that teachers have. And they put so much effort into these activities, into making them work, into making sure that they make sense, that they link to the topics that are being taught. And after all of this effort, it's a shame, I think, if they don't get shared with a broader audience. So that's something that we really like to do and to help to do, is to share these more broadly. And with these different author types, we really have a nice sense of community. These are all people who are passionate about science, who are passionate about science education, and just love sharing their ideas and their passion with others. However, there are some people who maybe haven't written an article before, maybe English isn't their first language, and they don't feel confident about writing an article. They have a nice teaching idea, but they don't know how to get it from their idea into a polished final article. And if that sounds like you, please don't worry. We are used to working with teachers. We're not working with professional writers. So we provide full editorial support. We have article templates to help in structuring the articles. We have an editorial process where we'll first look at the first draft and give some feedback on the structure, and if it needs more information or some of the information left out or presented differently. We also have copy editing at the end, so of course any language polishing that is necessary will be done. And we also have peer review, and some people think this sounds like a bit of a scary step, that it's to send your article for criticism and it's to sort of find excuses to say that the article is bad, but this isn't how it works at all. So this is really sending the articles to other teachers for feedback on how they might apply to classroom use. And it's often very, very useful because these other teachers bring a different perspective. They might ask questions that the original teacher hadn't thought of or hadn't realized were unclear. So this is really a very productive, collaborative process that I think both sides usually enjoy, and they certainly always improve the article a lot. So if anyone isn't confident yet in writing an article, but would like to see a little bit of the process and be involved and contribute, then you can also join our reviewer lists, and we will make a note of what topics you cover and what topics you're interested in. And if we have an article on that topic, we might invite you to review it. But of course, you're always free to say no if it's a busy time. And finally, I said I'd come back to these little flags that you can see on some articles. And what these little flags are is translations. So we're not able to provide formal translations of all articles in all European languages, but we do technically support volunteer translations. So if anyone sees an article that they think would be really useful to other teachers in their country and they'd like to make it more accessible within their country, they can get in touch and we'll send them translation tables and support them through the whole process. And finally, when all the text is translated, then we'll upload the article again and do the production and add all the figures and make sure it looks nice. And that can be a very important way of helping spread these ideas further and to a wider teacher audience so that they can be used by as many people as possible. So now that I've explained what Science in School is and how you can get involved, I really hope that you'll go and take a look at the website and have a look around. The homepage shows some highlights from the current issue, but there are also a number of different ways to browse and search. There's a search bar where you can search for a particular keyword, such as climate change, for example. But you can also go to the different article types and you can search by article type and by topic and by student age and by language. So just browse the articles that are most relevant to you. And in terms of topics, one of the topic tags we have is actually STEAM articles. So this is a little bit newer and there aren't as many articles with this tag yet, but we're definitely hoping to see more of them in the future. And yes, hopefully if you see some of the content and you find it really useful, find some of the articles useful, please do share them with other teachers. You can also share them on social media. Our social media links are all on the webpage as well. Everyone's put so much work into these articles, so we really want them to be as useful to as many teachers as possible. And then if after having a look around, you're inspired to get involved yourself, to maybe submit an article or to get involved with translation or review, then you can go to the Get Involved page, and this will have links with details to how to do all of those things, but also just get in touch with us at any time. The email that I've shown here is also on the website, and you can get in touch and ask us questions. If you have an article idea, you don't have to write a full draft and send us the full draft of the article. You can also just get in touch with your initial idea and describe a little bit what the project is about and ask us whether it might be suitable, and we can give you feedback on what kinds of things to include and whether there might be safety concerns and how to structure it and things like that before you start writing. We also have author guidelines, which you can look through, which have the article templates, which help in structuring the articles, as well as a lot of information on how the articles should be written and what to think about. So yes, oh, and of course you're encouraged to subscribe to our newsletter, which is possible on all the pages of the website. And we don't send a lot of spam. We just send a newsletter whenever there's a new issue out so that you don't miss new content. So I really hope that you'll all go and have a look. And maybe in the future, or I very much hope in the near future, we'll be seeing some of the amazing projects from you guys in future issues of Science in School. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the EASE conference. I think this might be some live chat option for if you have questions, but otherwise please do send us an email if you have any questions about particular articles, any comments, any feedback, any topics you'd like to see featured more often, and of course if you'd like to get involved. Thanks.